My name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's two ways to qualify. One, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. Two, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at texascarddallas.com for more details.
Your adrenaline is pumping. Over $20,000 is on the line. The clock is ticking. Buzzer beater bad beat has begun. The famous Texas Card House bad beat is back. Take your shot to win big. Be in any Texas Card House when it hits and you get your share. $100 cash in your hand. The bad beat jackpot rises every day, and the qualifying hand gets easier and easier each day. Just by being checked in, you're a winner of $100, no matter which Texas Card House you're in. Texas Card House is the only poker club in the state offering you this. Come into Texas Card House all spring to win.
But you're okay with the 2, 5, 10, the mandatory.
Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live. My name is Dante at Dante Poker. If you wouldn't mind subscribing. I am joined by our good friend. Why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Matt. I've done this a couple times. Good to be back here. Always a pleasure. I am at the ATX Whiskey Guy on Instagram. How you doing, sir?
I am doing great. This is our Monday game. As you know, it's a 2-5. It's a 2-5-10. So we're going to do a mandatory straddle, it looks like, and it is a 2K buy-in, but what makes this a great game, it's also match the stack. So this game will get pretty big pretty quickly, and as for everybody, I'm sure everybody knows already, but match the stack is basically, if somebody has 4,000, they double up. Any player at the table has an opportunity to match that stack as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the bomb pot, as we always do. And I got to tell you, Texans love their bomb pots.
Oh, absolutely.
So we're going to go ahead and get started with that. And we're going to go around and see what we have a bunch of familiar faces here on the felt. We're going to go around and talk about those folks in a minute. But right now, we see everybody putting their $10 antes for the bomb pot. So the pot is already at $90, and of course it is pot limit, so you can bet up to the pot there. So this could get very, very big, very, very quickly, especially with a lot of connecting cards and draws as such. And we're gonna get off started here right now. We do see our local friend here in seat 1, Optimize. I won't say his first name. He always gets upset with me when I call his first name. So we have Optimize and C1, who's probably been on the stream 50 times, I would say, and he's done very, very well for himself. Very good player in his own right. We do have one player choosing to sit out a bomb pot, which is totally okay. He's probably the smartest player at the table. Not getting harm's way, but it is kind of rare to see a player sit out, especially on the stream, for the bomb pot.
Checking in early on the chats. What up, Kicker Problems?
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I don't want to waste time either, but usually if I can spend 20, I do.
All right, let's take a look at our flops. We do have a new deck, it looks like. A little bit smaller, much easier for the dealers to deal. As you probably know in the chat, the old cards were much bigger. And heavier as well, but this is the new art chip card. And we have a check on the flop, which is rare. And let's take a look and see if anybody has anything.
7 check, 9 check.
Nobody with an ace, looks like.
Nobody with diamonds for the bottom board.
That is the scary part about bomb pots. If a monotone board does come out, or it's going to go check if nobody has that, because they fear the diamonds as well.
Oh, Prestige, actually, with the nuts on the bottom with the straight. Or sorry, I'm not the nuts. I apologize. But with the straight.
He has a straight. This is a game where people typically don't slow play when you have a strong hand. So it's hard to represent any diamonds at this point, because people don't want to get a boat pulled on them or anything like that. So
Well, it's also hard to bluff on this as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
we've got some familiar faces. I see Mike B. Hopefully that's the name he's using on the stream. We see Prestige as well. Been on the stream, both those guys, several times now. So very good players in their own right. We've got Brooks in seat 5. He's been on the stream as well. We have Mike L., another person who's been on the stream. Feels like weekly now. And we have Kenneth. I've seen him play 1-3, I believe 2-5 before, but I've not seen him on the stream. So this should be pretty exciting as well to see a new player. And I know we have a new player from Dallas. We'll get his name momentarily. As in the chat, there is a question about points. I believe if you comment and like, you earn points. I think it's 1 point. If you comment every 10 minutes or so, something like that, you will earn points for that. We have Kenneth wakes up with third best pair that was ever created, and he gets called by Mike
ladies.
L. Perfectly reasonable to call with ace jack, and he's gonna get out flop there.
In the window is the ace, which you always hate to see with either queens or ace or king. Excuse me.
We have talked about this before. Kenneth's going to continuation bit because you can't be afraid of the ace all the time. But Mike L. called so fast. That's got to be it. And then he bets really fast again.
You like to throw a bet out there just to see where you're at, and with a quick call like that, then yeah, you might have to assume he might have an ace.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe against other opponents you could probably peel off a call on the turn. But Mike's gonna get a lot of respect there. You know, if he's betting out, he's usually got something good there. And so Mike is going to win our first Hold'em hand. So good job for him. He's going to pick up an extra $117. Let's see what else we got. We got Brooks, and see. I think we already talked about him. And we are missing a couple of players' names on the list here, and I'll wait till those get put in there.
This one is a different prestige than the one that's used to normally playing on the stream.
Yeah, but this prestige is also played. Is it Preston or Prestige?
Prestige.
Prestige. Yeah, he's played probably more than the other one.
Yeah.
He's played a lot lately. Done very well. Doug is saying he can't wait to see Blake. I know Blake's been putting off a lot lately, as opposed to his older style. The style that made money. We'll see what kind of game he brings tonight. He's going to raise it up with a medium pair. Again, this is a $10 straddle. The players have agreed to straddle around. So although 50x for an opening raise seems like a lot, it's only 5x, and in Texas 5x ain't nothing. So so we've seen much bigger than that. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for that $5. I appreciate it. Yeah, where is everybody from? Where's everybody watching this from? I myself am watching from right here. I live about 3 miles, less than 3 miles from the club, so I live in Cedar Park. And I recently moved here, not going to say where, because people give me crap, but I recently moved here 2.5 years ago and love it as well.
I'm the same. I'm maybe 5 miles from here.
Yeah, 5 miles, I don't know if I could drive. By 2.5, I could get here so quick. All right, we got somebody from Maine. Like, we're in Maine, like Portland. I guess everybody says Portland, Maine.
So.
Oh, wow, let me just stop right there. Optimized flops is set and gets
caught up,
gets no value from it.
Yeah.
But he's going to take down that second pot. Yeah, Maine. It's so funny because we want to go to. That was actually a vacation spot my wife and I were talking about. Worcester. Yeah, we want to go to. God, what was it? Well, we want to go to Portland, and we want to go to Bay Harbor. I think that's it. My wife would know more than me, but that's where we want to go go on a vacation here shortly. So.
My girl and I are planning a trip to the coast pretty soon. It's supposed to have a cold front this week, so as soon as it warms
Oh, I
back
heard
up.
that. Yeah, we're going to be in the 30s this weekend.
Yeah.
Jedi Master Ted. Oh, he's 2 blocks from TCH. Well, you should come on over and commentate sometimes. I'm sure you've heard of. I think it's called Bay Harbor, Maine. I'm not sure, but that's where.
So Prestige with bottom pair, Mike and Brooks with nothing.
Mike does
Well,
a
Brooks with a gut shot does make the call.
yeah for $15. You know, I am surprised that Prestige decided to fold his what was his bottom pair there. But yeah, I guess given multi-way, someone has to have an ace or a king, but nobody raised pre-flop, so. And it is funny that Brooks is actually ahead with his 10 high.
6 check. Shut up.
Check, check.
And the 10 is going to be the best hand. And Brooks is a little stunned there, ready to give up, and drags an $85 profit there. So good for him. Played a lot with him before, usually 1-3 or 2-5.
Kings make squads off the board. As long as there is 10x flying in the pot, you'll get an extra $400 from the other hands. In your PLO hands, if I build you quads in your hand, that's worth $400 as well.
All right, we have 42 people. I know we get more people in the chat as we go through, but please, you know what I'm going to say. Hit that like button for us if you like this Texas action. We have 6 likes so far and 42 in the chat. Love to get some more likes on the board. That would be awesome.
That's fine. 9 pole, 1 pole, 2 pole. Three bet, 35.
So Dennis Phillips.
5 pole.
Hold on one second. All right, I'm sorry. So Dennis Phillips, I feel like that's a poker player who is in the World Series of Poker, came like 3rd or 2nd, something like that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so let's see here. We got Preston and Brooks with both with top pair.
Is that the same Dennis Phillips? Maybe I'm wrong. Stephen King is from Maine. That I knew. I knew he was from Maine. That's why a lot of his horror movies are kind of in those coastal towns with the fog and stuff like that. All right, we're gonna get back to the action here. We do have 2 players with top pair here. Some backdoor opportunities for both of them, and then we have Prestige with 2nd pair. All right, I'm gonna go on a limb and say Prestige wins this hand somehow.
All right, 5 pole. Turns off.
All right, so 3 to the turn. No
Well,
vote
that's
for
an
anybody.
action killer. Not only is there an overcard, now we have the diamonds. The obvious draw does come through here.
3 check.
It's Preston in C3. I believe he's from Dallas. And Brooks Rivers his 2 pair, although it does complete some other draws. This might be a spot where he just checks it down. Doesn't want to get check raised.
3 check.
Sorry, Dennis. I didn't know if that was the name or not. I was like, is that the the player who came in? I can't remember. He was on the final table years ago, probably like 15 years ago.
180.
And Brooks is going to try to get some value out of this, which is going to be tough. He only gets called by better. I don't think a single ace would call, given the fact that both the straight and the flush draws got there.
I don't see a call here.
Yeah, well, it's slow.
All right, I heard we had some people from Austin. We've got someone from Maine. And where else is everybody from? Brooks is going to win another pot. He is on fire. It's a kill pot now.
Less like
Looks like Kevin just sat down. Kevin's a really good player. I played a lot with poker, although not recently with him. He's here a lot.
I've definitely seen him before. As we get caught up here, being in the booth here, it can be quite daunting, as we joked about before.
King of spades. 10 to go.
Second place. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He was all the way in second place. Yeah, it was 15 years ago or something like 12 to 15 years ago.
1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold. 5 bet 50. 6 fold.
Did someone, I must have missed it, did someone fold 10-9 suited?
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
All right, Brooks is going to raise it up. He does have good position. He has position on Prestige. Prestige is just going to like to call out of position. I suspect Prestige just to check this and not donk lead into his opponent. And hopefully
7 bet 90.
Brooks will bet this. And this flop really favors Brooks' range here, as Brooks should have all the aces here and definitely the queens. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He makes it a healthy size, almost 70% pot here.
7 bet 90, 5 call.
No, so Prestige did lead out, and Brooks called.
Oh, is that what? Yeah, okay.
So they now both have the straight draw.
Yeah, when Prestige is leading out twice now, he almost 100% has an ace. It's never anything else. I mean, he could do this trying to control the pot, but if he was going to try to control the pot size, he would have made it smaller. And he could have a club draw here with some sort of straight draw.
I expected just a call there because now you have the straight draw as well. With Brooks calling twice, it's kind of a tough card.
Well, you can never, I don't think Prestige will ever put him on a 10 as he called the flop. I guess he could have had queen 10, but highly unlikely. And so if he doesn't have a 10, he's got a queen, and now he's probably trying to seek value. And that's kind of sizing he goes with, right? He goes with less than half size, as he was going with 70% pot earlier. He's going with less than half size here, trying to get a call. You know, for Brooks, it's 300 to win 945, and he does make the call. So it's a really good bet by Prestige to get value there. And I know these two have played poker together many a time. So, hey Mitchell, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Joey Pigtails, love the name, by the way. It's a pretty good sized pot there. 1245. And it looks like Prestige's chips are about to fall. I want to do some maintenance on that one right there.
Crossbody, yes. Crossbody around the corner, well, correct. I'll let you get that.
A lot of times when your opponent donk leads, and when I say donk lead, everybody probably knows what that means, but it's not a derogatory remark. It's just a term, you know, that you weren't the pre-flop aggressor, and then you decide in your first act, and you decide to bet out. That's all that means. That's usually a strong tell. A lot of players might use that as a bluff type thing to donk lead when a scary card comes out, but it usually means you've hit something good.
I think we might have a pretty big action flop here. It looks like he raised to 200, I believe. Or
Kenny with
150, excuse me.
ace-king suited. This is going to be a 4-bet, I believe. Almost always is here. We'll see what sizing he likes to go with. He just calls.
Okay, so
This is
3 to the
interesting,
flop
yeah.
here.
This is with ace king. You don't have position on your opponent, I would much rather see a raise out of the small blind than just a flat call here. And this is the problem with that, right? You could probably you would have definitely taken it down pre-flop,
That was kind of surprising.
especially your ace king suited. A lot of times you can flat this if you had the button, maybe.
Especially in the small blind when with a 4-bet there, I think that most of them might fold.
Everybody folds for a 4-bet there. It's and the worst hand's gonna win this. And Brooks is on fire. He's recognizing the spots he's in. He's playing his position, and he did a really good job there. Gonna take that down. I remember the Cardinals act.
Yeah, as a Rangers fan, I know I still hate the Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't follow baseball. I follow football.
Yeah.
Speaking of football, free agencies today.
2011 World Series Game 6, Nelson Cruz ruined it. Yeah, I still hate the Cardinals.
Can you pull those back out too?
All right, we do have the mandatory strike. This game is effectively a 5-10 game, so it's going to play a lot bigger than the $2,000 stacks that the players have in front of them. I think everybody did like to buy up. Now, we'll see what the largest stack is here in a moment, and we will, and players will have an option to buy up to that as well. Optimize is going to get involved here. Much rather see a raise with 5-6 suited than just a limp. A lot of players will limp that to try to hopefully hit gin there. But I like Optimize's raise there. He now controls the betting action, and you can see he is, and he's got first position. So I expect to see a C-bet regardless of the flop. And that is the best. That is the best flop he could hope for. Backdoor straight flush draw with the open ender, and nobody has anything. So if he see, love to see a C-bet there. He's going to give up the betting lead to somebody else. Nobody jumps all over that.
Yeah, if it was me, I definitely would have let out there, kind of see where you're at.
1-bet, 125.
So this is going to work. Nobody really has anything.
And looks like he will take you down.
Looks like Optimize chose to wear the Adidas attire today. So it's good to see. It's good to see that.
21.
All right, so we don't really have any big. So Prestige has the largest stack at 2.1. Looks like he bought in for 1,500. So really nothing to buy in, nothing to buy up to right now. We have Mike. Mike is going to be on the button in seat 9. I remember we used to have 10 players on the stream.
Oh yeah.
10 seats, yeah.
500. He's good. Ken's good. I don't 500.
Yeah, within the first 10 hands, you'd have at least 1 or 2 people double up, and then buy in or a match stack at 5, 6, 7,000.
Looks like we have Kenneth
You want it from the cage?
kind of chipping up here a little bit
Need chip string, please.
to get to his 2K, I believe. Looks like he's adding on 400. Make sure he is competitive with the other stacks up the table.
500 back this hand.
We are only 8 hands in right now, so just getting started here. We'll have bomb pots on the dealer change. And here in Texas, we also have a bomb pot button, which goes counterclockwise to the dealer button. And we have a bomb pot every time that lands on you, when the button lands on you. So
Still waiting for a little early. Waiting for the big one. If there are any NASCAR fans out there, as we just got underway in that season as well.
My brother-in-law is a big NASCAR fan, although he's more of a motorbike racing fan. He used to work for a company that sponsored him, and so he'd go out to all the shows.
I was really big into. Sorry, 1 second. Just get caught up here.
All right, we have some marginal hands here. I like the ace-6. I'm a big fan of suited cards in general. I saw an ace right away. And so we have everybody with a straight draw here. Gutters for Brooks and Prestige.
Real well out there. I don't think because of the corporations, they don't read any of that shit. But,
I don't think we have an ace on the flop. I think that's a 9. So I apologize.
I thought that was a 9.
Yeah, I think it's 9-10.
I think Randy has open ender.
Yeah, it's 9-10. So Randy's in good shape now. If he hits his 7, that completes both the straights for Brooks and Prestige, I believe. No, yeah, it does. It does. 7 would be sick. So we're going to root for a 7 here.
So, as I just said, hopefully we can hit that, see the big one.
All right. Again, I don't think that's an ace. As you can see, wait, that's a queen. So the flop, yeah, it's 9-10.
Ace, 7,
No.
9.
That's not an ace. That's 9-10 queen or ace. Is that an ace? I'm sorry, I can't tell. Maybe
Ace, 10, 9.
ace 10 9. Okay.
So yes.
So instead of the 6, we have a 9. Apologize for those graphics.
Yeah, again, with the newer cards, they're a little bit smaller on the font, so a little bit harder to tell.
We're gonna go 3 ways here. That was
Ace,
a big
8,
bet.
9.
We're gonna go 2 ways. Sorry. So
Or
a
excuse me, Ace,
7
10, 9,
would
sorry.
be. I think Randy, if he leads out here, he's gonna take the spot down. Oh, he jams. Well, he was winning anyway. And Brooks can't call, obviously. Randy's really repping that ace hard, or even something bigger. Randy's a player I have not seen before as well. All right, good to see him in the win column. You know what? Someone made me feel really old today. I was standing at the felt, and a player said, "Excuse me, sir." I was like, "Oh, yeah, no problem." Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'm definitely knowing the feeling now as well. Pretty much any time I get out of bed or off the couch, either my knee, my back, or my elbow will pop. I'm definitely feeling it as well.
We've got a really huge sizing here from Ace King. Probably not going to get any action.
Nope.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, with that sizing, no one's calling unless they're really strong there.
And now we got a bomb pot coming up, which I absolutely love.
All right, let's see. And we do have Ken here gonna sit this one out. Probably gonna sit out all the bomb pots going forward
Looks
there.
like it.
And that means we're going to have about 2 bomb pots every hour or so, something like that. So he's going to miss 8. He's going to miss 10% of his hands here. But that is okay. I've sat out a few bomb pots myself.
Very good.
Let's take, I always reverse engineer this by looking at what's really strong with the flop. So we're looking for king 10, some clubs, and some hearts. King 10 right off the bat here for Kevin. I like Kevin's check, too.
Set of queens for Brooks.
We have quads by Prestige.
Oh, wow.
So we have an action. We have action flop, and it was check all the way around. So, and he loves the flush coming in because, you know, as you know, four of a kind beats a flush. And now
it's a lot like that on the flop.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we have Mike Bell also with King 10 too. And this is the problem a lot of times with this is that when you have a straight, you're almost always counterfeit. Someone else not counterfeit. Someone else always you're getting quartered. Someone else has a straight as well. So
I think most times you either see a lot of action on the flop or it checks around. So you wait till the turn so you kind of see where everybody's at.
That's actually a smarter strategy than just firing off because your nutted hand won't be the nuts at the river here.
Especially what position that you're in as well.
All right, let's take a look. So we do have Brooks here with a second set here. Very vulnerable. We have Kevin and Mike Bell with the nuts, and we have Prestige who min-clicked it with his quads, which I like, which sometimes when you min-click, you're usually stronger than if you went pot.
Yeah.
That's going to be some red flags.
That you definitely...
but Kevin can't fold the nut straight here.
In that position, yeah, I would call just to see if you can let the 2 other people call, you get some more money in the pot there. Since he doesn't really have anything on the bottom, so you're just going to chop it up if it goes down to showdown.
Now, Brooks is hoping for another queen on the top board to give him a boat, which we know won't be no good. And that's worst case. Well, he's thinking that's best case scenario. And he's looking for a board to pair either a jack or a 4. An ace he wouldn't feel very comfortable with, although he does block pocket aces with his own ace. Which would effectively give him the nuts. I take that back. An ace would give him the nuts on the bottom with aces full of queens. And
so no help really to anybody.
Yeah, now the board is double
either
paired.
Pair. Mike hits a set of 8s on the bottom, but as I've said before, I hate either middle or bottom set. I think in bomb pots.
Let's see what Prestige does here. He min-clicked the turn. He's multi-way with 3 other players in here. I don't like a pot size bet. I'd like something a little less around the 400. You want multiple players to call because all you have is the top board.
Yeah.
Even if you do have quads.
He does make it pot.
He goes pot?
And yeah, I agree with you. I was at 350, 400.
I love Mike Bell's fold there. I mean, I'm sorry. I love Kevin's fold there. Everybody can see he had the nuts, but he's almost certainly getting quartered with this many players still left.
I fold 6 calls.
Everybody folds.
No,
he folded
6 calls.
Sorry, so I'm going to be looking
no, everybody fold. Oh, you mean? Oh, King 10 called?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, see, this is a chop pot.
Yeah, because he had the nuts there, so I expected him to call. I was surprised that he didn't raise there with the nuts on bottom. Yeah, there wasn't much up top and over pair, but
I like just the call there. If he raises, I mean, Prestige could also have King 10 there. As Kevin, we saw earlier, had King 10. And if he has King 10 and he has a beat on the bottom board, he's getting quartered. So
that's true.
I think the other player is folding, gave him confidence to call. If another player called before him, I think Mike gets away from that. Because if he calls 720, he loses he loses, 66% of that
true.
top right off the bat.
And maybe that's one of my problems is
I just say
as
never,
often
don't
as I
play
get
straights.
quartered.
Don't play straights.
9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, get 2 free boost question. 4 fold.
And mine were worse.
All right.
I can't see both. I can see one.
You have kicker problems in the chat? How are you? JTMNY
35,
is here as well.
Quick hand. Only 2 to the flop with ace let out, and yeah,
I am a little disappointed in that last bomb pot. I thought it'd be much
I did too.
with top set, straight, quads.
But yeah, so many times that I've played bomb pots, you flop the nut straight, and either a flush comes out or the board pairs, and you either get quartered. So I have a love-hate relationship with bomb pots.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
All right, Mike is going to limp in for $10 here. Brooks is playing a lot of hands here. He's gonna look him up. He's actually ahead with his suited queen here. Oh, he actually raises. I apologize.
9 call.
And then Mike is going to call.
Heads up.
So open under for Mike, not much for Brooks.
Brooks is going to lead out with a bigger sizing here. And I expect this to get called most of the time, and it does. Although I feel like straight draws never get there.
Five check. 9 check.
And again, the straight doesn't get there.
Mike doesn't do a lot of bluffing in these spots. I think Brooks feels like he's going to have to bet this to win it.
5 check.
But if he checks, I would like to see Mike just to give it a shot here.
What are you seeing? Queen high good.
Yes, Mo. We have a few players named Prestige.
Thank you.
Still early on, but the aforementioned Prestige is leading the way with almost $700 in profits. And Brooks is down, mainly because he lost that one pot to when he had second pair 2 Prestige.
Alright. 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
Kenneth is gonna. Is that Kenneth? Oh no, it's
3-bet 40.
Prestige is $10. Preston gonna raise it up with his ace 10 off. One of my favorite hands, 6-3 suited. Friend of mine, as everyone knows, J Stack's favorite hand. And then Brooks with ace queen.
Obviously, I would like to see a 3-bet here. Maybe 2 around 175.
5 raise, 350.
Oh, 350.
7 fold.
Yeah, he just wants to take it down now. I guess.
3 fold.
And he does. You are correct, sir.
And we haven't seen Preston play a lot of hands, so he could have been bigger than what he had. So I wanted to find out right now.
Sorry, I can barely hear you, so I missed.
Well, we got there on the floor. We've got 4 tables going so far. We do have our PLO tournament tonight. A lot of fun. Love PLO. Not very good at it. And it's a $60 buy-in, and I think it's unlimited rebuys for the first 2 hours. So if you want some PLO action, and you don't want to lose a lot of money, and go on down and play that. I think it starts at 7:15 or 7, something like that.
Yeah, just like with the bomb pots, I love playing PLO as well. I played the tournament here on Friday. Unfortunately, it didn't cash, but yeah, definitely a lot of fun.
9 fold. 1 fold.
Optimize has his trademark miniature black Optimize. I think it has something to do with his work or something. We got Randy going to bump this up to 60.
4 cards.
Little on the big side there, even with the $10 straddle. And Kevin's going to call, and so is Brooks, really opening up that range there with his suited jack. He's going to invite Prestige in as well with his suited connectors here. What's great about playing 4-5 suited is you know if you're going to continue from the flop.
Oh, yeah.
You know you're good. And I would say, well, he's got a gut shot, I suppose. We do see 2 spades out there. Randy with the only spade.
4 check.
Nobody with a king. And then what we do see Brooks here, he did pair up his 6.
5 bet. 135.
He goes with about half pot there, which is good sizing.
7 fold.
It kind of looks value-y. It also looks like he's building a pot. Randy with the ace is going to, looks like he's going to look him up here.
Backdoor
believe you,
flush
sir.
draw with that ace as well.
Well, I think that's just going to do it there. Brooks is feeling very good about himself. Let's see if he can get any value out.
2 checks.
Yeah,
like
unless
something
Randy
really small
tries
here.
to stab at this, I think it's just going to be a bet and fold.
So I'd like to see something almost the same amount, like 175, something like that. Would be a nice little bet, 180 maybe even.
85.
He's going to go big here, 385.
Yeah. Yeah, on that one, I think I might be wrong, but I think any bet on there, Randy folds.
Well, yeah, of course, but he doesn't know that. He was really targeting a king there.
That's true.
Not a strong king, but he was the pre-flop raiser, though, with his ace-jack. So he could have had ace-king there. That's what it looked like, maybe. But it's hard to put him on ace-king since he didn't c-bet that
That's true.
on the
And
flop.
it's,
So
it's hard for me to say, playing armchair quarterback when we can see what everybody has.
yeah, but it looked like he definitely looked like he had a pair, and that's what he was targeting. Maybe queens or jacks or something. But he is looks like he's won about half the hands here. So Brooks is on fire tonight.
All right, 1 fold.
I'm trying to read
2
his.
fold. 3 fold.
I'm trying to read Randy's beanie there. I can't really tell what it is.
5 bet. 35. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 2 fold. 3 players.
Okay. Brooks with bottom pair. Nobody else really with anything.
2 fold.
Yeah, for $60, Brooks is going to look him up here. Hoping to catch 7 or a 5. Mike's going to pick up some additional equity here with a
9 bet.
with
75.
a gut shot here effectively. I like this. You don't see Mike do this a lot. He's going to continue. He's going to keep telling the story that he's got a hand here. Definitely a hand that beats Brooks. Although it is a little bit of a smaller sizing, but I think Brooks is going to find a fold here. I know if Brooks calls here, I believe Mike will have to shut down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So really good betting there by Mike.
get them, hold both of them together, and just kind of run them both at the same time. Instead of like one at a time, yeah.
Dallas and Austin don't seem that far apart, but it's still get used to.
That's fair.
Did you play with Dallas Street? Yeah.
There we go. I was going to say, where is Optimizer's straddle? But there it is.
Two fold. 3-bet, 50. 4 fold.
Preston's going to bump this up in early position here. 5x seems to be the norm. Brooks is looking to beat the record for VPIP as he has played. I think he's played every hand. I'm not sure.
Almost.
He's gonna call that. He has an ace as well, hoping his ace is live.
Heads up.
So we're seeing a lot of this early. We're seeing a lot of flops miss the players.
Yeah.
But that does not deter them. They've all been firing out, been very aggressive.
Okay, so yeah, Preston does lead out again.
5 fold.
Almost I say this pocket is. Almost that.
Yeah.
I say this is
I
every time, you know. I look at the 4, not the card is
I know what you mean, Brooks. I hate seeing ace 4 because yeah, at first you think you might have aces. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Tell you what, watching that stream at the lodge, where they had the final table, that's a nice ass room. I like how they did that. What's that?
They don't want anybody to see the money and stuff.
All their, they didn't have that.
I'm trying to match with the house.
I mean, it was clear they had like a scene there. I mean, that was the right. That's the right bidder. That's right.
25 is on.
Okay, so it looks like a $25 straddle.
They better have a designer. It better not be.
I should card.
They better not have Dustin. Russell. Yeah, but an
4
architect
fold,
only
5
has
fold.
plans and
Live fold. 25.
you don't have a designer.
Mike's got a very playable
Yeah. Well, I knew that.
ace queen here. Mike's been very quiet. He's been typically active on our streams in the past here. Very aggressive. I would say probably the most aggressive player at the
Well,
table.
that's kind of
They can't have a bar here because too many bars in
right.
Preston is in the straddle. He likes to call that.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, let's see a flop.
I would have just have a restaurant here, you make a fortune.
3 check.
He does hit middle pair, but yeah,
6-bet, 40.
obvious c-bet there.
What time?
What's timer?
Up near the Galleria.
Okay. Yeah.
Opening night, they had 28 tables. Plus the tournament.
Oh, wow.
Free check.
Yeah, new place. And you say, well, they got 2 of these.
check.
One is free. They just opened one in the West Timer.
Yeah, I looked at Westheimer and Voss.
6 check. Showdown.
Yeah, I don't blame Mike for not betting there. He has showdown value with the ace. And if Preston was on some sort of draw, all the draws got there. Not straight draws, flush draws. So
Well, I had it on the last.
Yeah, I do like the
Show up and like,
call on the flop from Preston with middle pair. Just kind of seeing the check down.
hands pretty quick, so I feel like made them happy.
all right, we now have 92 people in the chat, so that is awesome. Thank you. Let me check the likes here. I know all of you have hit the like.
Guys.
I know all of you have hit the like button.
That's awesome.
So I thank you in advance. We have Mike is on the thumbnail now.
4 fold.
We have 16 likes, so
5 fold. 6 fold.
would love if all of you could hit that like button.
7-bet, 35.
All right. Ken's been really quiet. He wakes up with a beautiful King Jack suited. Everybody loves that. I'd like to see I'd like to see a raise from him and see if he just calls.
Here we go.
And good. I'm glad he just called because Optimize in the blind.
Let's see. 175.
175 from one.
That's a big bet, but I think with all the players left, that's about right. It's about. I'm not sure how you think of bet sizing in those spots right there when you have a pretty nutted hand. It's usually how much the bet is before you times how many players are left.
Yeah, it's
Something like
so
that.
tricky in the small blind.
No problem.
Having aces with
You're willing to do this.
5 people behind you.
Follow that.
It's do you want to?
He literally doubled.
What you don't want is go multi-way, and this is what's happening now. Though it's not too bad. He's got 10 calls. He's got so this is where if you're optimized, you know where you're at.
Yeah.
You know that you don't have to worry about the low cards probably so much. Especially now when you flop a set. Oddly enough, it's not the nuts, but the reason why you make this type of bet is you get those 2 4s or whatever out of there. He will have to worry about hearts in this spot, but Kenneth is going to take this as an opportunity to move exactly what Optimized wanted. And if I was Optimized, I would just call this. Make sure you call reluctantly.
It's interesting because when you're in that position in the small blind, 3-bet you.
He's going to raise.
And then, yeah, he's going to check raise you on the flop here. He's at least has an ace.
2 fold.
He's hoping that Kenneth had that case ace. But Kenneth just called the 35 before it got to optimize. So ace king is out of the question. Ace queen should be out of the question. Ace jack or worse. And so I would really love to see Blake just give a call there. But you cannot blame anybody for winning money in that spot. So he wins almost close to 700.
And I believe that's the biggest pot of the night so far.
So now, as you can see, Optimize does have the largest stack. And he's got almost 2.8. Again, the players can elect to buy up to that if they choose to. A lot of players will choose to buy up because they don't want to have that disadvantage of not matching the top stack in the room or on the felt there. That'd be a great game. Match the stack in the room.
Oh, that would be a very interesting and expensive game.
6 call. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. Take 1 fold. 2 calls.
So we have Mike Bell,
3 fold.
King 9 suited. Always looks pretty. Randy has his King Queen that's not suited. I actually prefer the King 9 suited.
I do as well.
Brooks here, who's also suited. So we have hearts and clubs represented.
2 check. And Mike with the
gut shot for Mike.
Gut shot, backdoor clubs.
And we've seen a lot of this tonight where the worst hand takes the lead with a bottom pair here.
And maybe that's the problem I have is that I will call a lot of raises with the lower cards because depending on who you're playing with, you know they're gonna have ace king, ace queen, tens, etc.
2 calls.
Now Randy's going to call. He's hoping to. He's got 2 overs. Don't mind the call at all, but he's looking to spike one of his cards there.
3 players.
So Mike's going to pick up the flush draw to go along with his gut shot here. Board all of a sudden got super. It was already straighty to begin with. It got really straighty here. It's tough to put anybody on a 4 though, given the action pre-flop, but it's definitely possible.
And
Looks like all the players rivered a straight. Sometimes in this situation, you'll see a player just fire off here.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Sometimes I would have bet on the turn there to represent that I had the 4 to try to get rid of both of those flush draws.
6-bet, 400.
Gosh, such a nice bet there. A little bit over the pot here. He's going to get Randy to fold his straight. Mike is perfectly capable of bluffing the spot. And his bluff's going to work. This is a point
Wow.
where I would show.
That's a very interesting hand.
I mean, it was $400 to risk to win or to chop 130 or whatever it is. Right?
That's true, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind the fold at all. That's why Mike made it so big. Especially being last act there. It was a really good move. All right, taking a look at the chat here. Thanks for everybody for joining us. I really appreciate it. Let's see who we have in production tonight. We have Mel. Hi, how are you? You're not watching anything else, are you?
6-fold.
Marge? Go Alabama. No.
35.
We have Mel's. We have who? Brenda. Oh, Brenda. Hi, Brenda. But she's new to me, so.
3 call.
So we have a new person in the production booth here. And what that means is they in charge of everything. All I do is talk, but they're in charge of making sure the action's right and stuff like that.
5-4.
So much more important job than mine.
9-6 offsuit.
We have, all right, so we're off here. We're going multi. We've seen a lot more multi-way here.
If it is.
Ooh, that looks like a juicy little flop there. We have Mike L with a gutter, Prestige with 2 overs.
9-bet.
Brooks has got a pair, and Preston has a pair and a gutter. So I don't think anybody's going anywhere at this point. I don't know, D. Wheeler. I can certainly ask that question to Mel in a moment. Brooks now turns to 2 pair.
5-bet. 200.
Okay. Sorry about that. You guys probably heard me. I was just asking about Randy.
Yeah, that's why I called.
9 call.
Yeah, I know.
Mike Yale's going to take this. He's going to call this. And that's very. What's the word I'm looking for? Very ambitious. You know, he needs an 8 here, an 8. Oh, I mean not 8. I'm sorry, a 7 here. That's a bad card for Mike. Mike is thinking, well, my opponent probably has top pair here. The straight does get there.
5-bet.
Brooks is going to be.
Brooks with the 2 pair.
9 calls.
So he does call with the ace.
2 pair.
And yeah, Brooke will take down 2 pair. Perfect card
I
for
actually
him.
feel like this is my fault
Why is that?
because I told
Was it 4 up?
I told Mike before the stream don't full top pair.
I get 650.
I owe him $450.
Oh.
I am so sorry, Mike.
Stream.
Your strategy's better than mine. Full top pair.
And that's why we're back here and they're playing.
I was just wow.
Should be good. 650 to 8.
A couple of other new players here in the chat that I haven't seen. So we have Tara, welcome. 100 sided dice. I'm not sure what that means.
650.
Is that a D&D reference?
or
Is there
black
100 sided dice? I don't know.
2 green.
I think so.
I do have a question for the chat. Really just kind of off topic. Where do you guys like to go vacation? Because that's pretty much all I do with my. I'm going to Hawaii in exactly 30 days. My wife is going to take me.
I would say it depends on the season. I've been to
Hawaii is a year-round season.
yeah, that's true.
Have you been to Hawaii?
Not Hawaii. I have been to New York a week.
Oh, it's sort of like Hawaii.
Sort of. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But no, I went there the week before Christmas, and it was just beautiful to see the snow, the skating rink, and what do you call it?
Oh, in Rockefeller Center?
Rockefeller Center. See
we
the tree.
We were there for Christmas or before Christmas there as well. And, yeah, Manhattan.
Yeah.
Probably. Well, I actually think Manhattan has the best food in the world. And I used to always, and I've said this before, but it's even, I thought Vegas had the best food in the world, but Manhattan definitely does. Nobody with an ace here, nobody with an 8. That's not going to stop some players from betting out here. Prestige does have a flush draw. So we have one vote for Manhattan or New York. I've never been anywhere else in New York but Manhattan.
I traveled back and forth between Jersey and New York for work. More interesting question, what's the worst place to vacation to?
Anywhere with bugs. I don't know. I don't know. Every vacation I've had has been great. I mean, we basically go to three places.
He's right here.
So we go to Disney World, Hawaii, or Vegas, or Manhattan, I guess.
2's out and 8's out.
We are off to another bomb pot, and I think Kenneth is going to play this bomb pot.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, he's tired of waiting on the sidelines. He's seeing how bad some of these players are. He wants to take advantage of that, so here we go.
As in rounders, can't lose what I don't put in, but then again, you can't win either.
Yeah. Oh, we also go cruises. And I saw that because someone had said, 5 cards said Mexico. And, of course, being in Texas, we can just go right out of Galveston.
8 does have
takes us
cards.
to Mexico and the Eastern Caribbean and stuff like that.
8 does have cards, yes.
Let's take a look at the flop, and we'll see what the nuts are and see if any players have them.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Mosquitoes equal Everglades. I'm actually from Florida. Well, I grew up in Florida. I'm from Germany, and I grew up in Orlando. I've been to the Everglades.
5 checks.
I've been to the Everglades in the summertime, and I can't think of a more miserable place to be. I can't think. If memory serves me, that was 30-plus years ago. All right, so we have, let's see, we have diamonds and we have heart draws. We have lots of straight draws out there. We do have a set of 10s by Prestige, which is good now, but as we know, will change momentarily. I don't see anybody with hearts. Oh, I do see Prestige also has hearts.
Yeah.
So, and he's got an up and down straight draw on the bottom or the top.
Four hearts, jack of hearts, 9 of
Prestige
diamonds.
blocks his own outs with the 8 on the turn here.
That's the top board.
And then another 8 came on the other board as well, so he's like, ugh. But he does have the draw, the straight draw still.
So,
He's got what we call a wrap.
Nope.
So, although I'm not sure, the board keeps changing on me.
yeah.
There's no more 10 now. So
Diamonds, king of diamonds,
I'm not sure what the board, I would have to actually see it versus the graphics here. So just give us a moment, because right now it shows Prestige with a set of jacks on both boards, but that's impossible because Kevin has another jack. Here we go.
All right,
So,
4 players.
We're just going to hold for a second. The board keeps changing.
7 check.
Let's see if we...
150.
we apologize for the technical difficulties.
I do see jacks, so a set of jacks for sure. So there isn't a set of 10s anymore. It's a set of jacks by Preston. So Prestige does not have that.
Looks like 2 8s on the bottom. So
There it is. Okay. So, but Prestige does have an 8 and an open ender on top. So pretty strong holdings. And in bomb pots, as you guys know, you want to have something on both boards to be able to continue comfortably.
yeah,
And we're going to see Preston bet pretty big here. The pot's not $70, so kind of ignore that. So he bet pot size here. And he goes with a, so 525?
yeah. Somebody went all in.
Oh, and he called. I got you. Okay.
Okay, so let's see here.
It's only 3 and 4 though. 3's all in,
Preston
4's
also, I don't know, Preston just has the set of jacks.
Mike with a 4 on the top for
Oh, he has the
trips.
boat. I apologize.
3's
Or,
all-
excuse- yeah,
3's all
excuse me.
in.
Preston has a boat.
4s over 9s.
Kevin
Kevin
has
also
the
with the
8.
boat.
Yeah, always got the.
King 8 boat.
So yeah, this is almost always
Yeah,
the
it's
chop
gonna
pot
be a
here.
chop.
Trying to see if there's a way for any other player to catch up. Another jack. Another jack would be, but Kevin had the jack, so it's not coming. It's not.
King 8.
All right, it's gonna be a small profit for each one of them. Probably the $45 range.
You can just delete it. We're done with the hand.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, thank you.
I find that Kevin is a very tough player to play against. And bomb pots don't count because that's you either have it or you don't. But
Yeah.
I have played a lot of poker with him. He's always a tough and challenging. He check raised me all in once for 4K or 2K. And I couldn't fold because I was the one that bet out with my top pair, top kicker or something like that. Yeah, 2 pair. All right, so still got the straddle on.
It's always tough when you get coolered, especially when you lead out, because you're like, I got to call. If you have it, you have it.
9 call.
Good for you.
Well, you never have to call. I knew I was beat, but I somehow called.
Yeah.
Somehow called.
2 bet 16.
All right, we have Randy here. Randy's the player from Dallas. I apologize. It's not Preston, I don't think.
3 call.
But Randy. Maybe both of them are. We have Hybrid Productions in the house.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Yeah, Mo, I don't control that. I agree with you. We can have those conversations offline.
Yes.
But I do know that these are brand new cards. So we've had a couple of misses here. So I really do apologize for that, but it's not something that I can do.
9 check.
I can certainly make a recommendation though for sure after this stream.
And looks like everybody kind of missed on there, so it's gonna be checks around.
They're all holding each other's cards.
9 check.
I think it's the first to bet here might take it down.
2 bet 16.
Yep. First to bet, take it down.
And Mike L is kind of our biggest loser there. Well, I don't want to say loser, but he's down 800, and it was all because of that. He hit that ace on the river.
$10 in the dark. 9 fold. 1 fold.
I think Mike borrowed a sweater from Optimize. I don't know. Here we go, Mr. Bell.
40.
got a nice pocket pair. It's going to bump this up for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Optimize is our leader right now, followed by Prestige and Brooks. I thought Brooks would have won more money. Oh, he lost that big hand to Prestige early on. That's right. Nobody too touched up here so far.
Yeah, I'll give you his email address.
We do have a poker cruise coming up here. I think it's the last week of this month. If I'm not mistaken, I glanced over at production to see if that's right.
I believe so.
Yeah, and so that's going to be a lot of fun. I can't think of anything better than playing poker on a cruise. And I think we're live streaming that. Kind of invented a lot. I don't know the details right now, but that will be a lot of fun. So I look forward to that. And again, I think it's in a couple of weeks here. So please stay tuned for that. I know when I go on a cruise, there is a poker game going on. Usually they have a tournament and they might play cash, and I would walk by that. There's never a seat open. They only have one table, so 9 players. That's it. And their tournaments are 9 players. That's it. So wasn't able to play the last time I was on a cruise, but I look forward to this one. I won't be on the cruise. I'll be calling the action, but I won't be myself on the cruise. All right. Is there anybody in the chat going on the cruise? I think there is a couple of people that won cruises in the chat, so that's pretty exciting. All right, so we have optimized the king, queen, top pair, good kicker, takes it down. I think it was Poker Monkey. Maybe I'm wrong. I think Poker Monkey won. We were looking at, because as you know, I'm retired, and my wife does work from home a lot, so we were looking at living on board a cruise.
Oh.
And see if that would be possible. Yeah, I know, right? It was like, wow, that's a lot of money. I don't know.
I have never been on a cruise. That's one thing I wanted to do, but then COVID happened, so yeah, that kind of derailed that for a little while.
Yeah, cruises though are pretty inexpensive. I think you can go on a 5-day cruise for $300.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so although the what gets expensive is the drink package. It's like,
yeah,
and you can't go on a cruise without drinking. It's like $70 a day per person.
Oh wow.
But the alcohol is like $15 a drink. So if you're a drinker, you make up for it. All right, so
yeah, they don't call me the ATX whiskey guy for nothing.
So Dash for Glory, love the name by the way. He played for 2 hours yesterday and for $300 out for that. That's a pretty good profit, good ROI on that.
Okay, so Mike Bell with third nuts here.
Can Mike Bell get value out of this? He's going to go really small here. Realize his opponent probably doesn't have his 10 of spades beat, as a king of spades would be the nuts. And I think you would have found out much earlier than now if he had the king of spades. So you really try to get some more value out of that.
3 folds, 4 folds,
That's my shot.
5 bet 60, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. 60. 9 calls. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Brooks with a king jack suited.
Heads up.
All right, so we have a gutter here for Mike. He's already ahead.
And
he's
all
going to go
in.
jam on
Wow.
this. Doesn't have much behind, but this is not something I think Brooks could call.
He's played pretty tight so far, so I don't really expect him to call here.
I want to respectfully disagree. I think Mike has played a little looser than normal. He is a tight player in general. Tight player sounds like it's a bad thing. I'm a tight player, but he's played a little bit more aggressive, I think, tonight.
2-5. Coming in.
And I think that's kind of where we differ, because sometimes, you know, if you're running bad, you'll just call something to see a flop, might get a piece of it, and then just jam, and then just run into the nuts, you know.
Yeah, the jam there didn't make a lot of. He gets called when he's beat, and he's beat a lot because he has nothing. So even big aces would call in that spot there, and you know, Brooks was the pre-flop aggressor, I believe, in that spot.
5
So
fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. Wow. 9 bet 60. 2 attempts to get him on
Mike is going to really start pushing the action here.
Fold. Yeah. Whoa. 2 call.
Wonder what Randy's drinking here. Seems to be having a good time. He's going to call that raise with his suited connectors, which is totally fine. He can even bring that in for a raise at some points if he's mixing up his or balancing his range there. And we're going to go 4 to the flop. So Randy flops a gutter here. We have Mike is exactly what he wanted. He raised multiple callers. Now he has top pair good kickers. Definitely going to
9
see
bet
bet.
125.
Hopefully you don't
button.
jinx him again with top pair.
Well, you know, I'm a firm believer of one hand has nothing to do with the next.
That is definitely.
I try to shake that off, and he should continue here. Now Brooks does have a pair here. Ooh, we're going to see Randy call
well,
this.
I was gonna say, I think he's contemplating a raise.
Oh, I think he just called. I like the raise, but I like that better. Half the time, Mike does not have a king and would fold, so he's going to show his neighbor here. It's a neighborly thing to do. Look what I folded. I folded a heart draw. Is what it looks like. Not too much of a scary card for Mike.
Yeah.
Randy could have. The only two
Yeah,
pair
I was
he
gonna
would
say
have.
I expect Mike to jam there again.
I was going to say the only two pair Randy could have is 4-5 or King 10. Would make some sense here.
Obviously, if he had either 4-5, King 10, he would have snapped.
Yeah. You want to be rude and just kind of slow play. Just. I mean, not slow roll. He's like, that gutter is coming. It's coming on the river. Mike's very unfortunate it wasn't a 6 instead of a 10.
Oh, yeah. Looking in the chats, Dash for Glory, congrats on the W. Always good to get a win quickly, get in, get out. What would you say that the shortest amount of time that you played in one session and left with a win?
Hours. I don't typically win and leave. I'll play for a while. I've never had a short. I'm just trying to think. I've never really had a short session under a couple of hours. So.
I never try to just hit and run. So even if I can get up early, I'll stay for a while.
I saw that the other day. Someone wanted. I wasn't in the pot, but I saw it. It was somebody. It was a 4 all in on a bomb pot, 4-way all in. So I don't even know how big. I mean, $4,000 was something, 5,000 maybe, something like that. And the player just got up and left. Wow. And admittedly said, "Well, I won all this money. I don't want to lose it."
Well,
I would say at least play in orbit, and then
yeah, and
don't get involved. But that's his prerogative.
I tried to do that. I
try to do that hit and run.
What? No, no.
I just got to hit first, and then I can run.
No, I play at least in orbit, or like I'll announce, "Hey, this is my last round," or "This is my last hand."
And that's that's not a rule. That's just etiquette.
It's just a polite thing to do, you know.
You just took everybody's money and then left.
Especially in a bomb pot.
And we have optimized with 2 pair here on the button against Mike Bell, who has top pair, good kicker. This could get pretty interesting. Of course, Kevin's out of there, but he did have a gutter. Mike Bell's like, what can you raise me with? He's got a call. It's not an option.
Oh,
here,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
He'll need a jack or a 10 if it doesn't know it. Optimize is not raising unless he thinks he can beat him, unless he just has an ace himself. And Mike is very capable of just betting out when that ace is there. So I'm sure that's what Mike is thinking. He's going to give up the lead here to Optimize. Optimize is definitely going to make a bet here, given the fact now that there's a flush with a straight draw out. He's going to probably make it around 325 to 350, I'm guessing. He's going to make it kind of big here.
One bet, 300.
He's going to go 300, so good sizing there. It's a sizing that any ace might have to call. Oh, Mike, what a great fold.
Nice.
That is really impressive. I
Well
think
played,
90% of the players call that with an ace, at least to see one more.
Most people would definitely call that, yeah.
Right, Mallory? It is kind of frustrating, especially if you're the one in the pot and you lose a big pot somehow, and the player just starts to rack up. I mean, you do see it happen. It's yeah. I'll just leave it at that. But they do get teased relentlessly.
Oh yeah.
You said you went last Thursday?
Maybe it was Tuesday or Thursday. I think he runs it 4 days.
Yeah.
7 call.
I see on his Instagram.
Prestige has got a little tower going. I still think one of his towers is about to tumble, looks like. And we have Kenneth here. He's got a suited king, some suited Broadway cards. Definitely good enough for a raise. I really like that. Much rather see a raise than just a call. Although there is no, and I've said this before, there is no one way, there's no right way to play poker.
Yeah.
Play it however you like it. These are just my opinions. My opinion doesn't mean anything. Given that statement, Kenneth now has top pair.
My opinions are not associated with Texas Card House and their affiliates.
Prestige is going to lead out here. Sometimes that is a bit of a tell, is how fast you call or how fast you bet, right?
Absolutely.
Bet pacing. Sometimes. And Prestige knows right now that Kenneth has a king. He has nothing but a king.
Yeah, most of the time, when you immediately reach for chips, you'll at least have top pair, or you're on that club draw.
Stuff gets stuck on him.
Yeah.
Stuff stays on it. Yeah.
I do like him bet there. It looked like Prestige had a flush draw there, although we can see that he didn't. And he wanted to charge for that. So.
None of them were soaked. It's definitely not Cheetos.
Let's see, we go from
All right, we have 24 likes right now, 115 in the chat. Appreciate all of you.
before I drag the pot. I didn't even play hands
Yeah.
to the river.
Kristen now here.
That's,
Padawan Kristen.
that's what he is
She
on.
says hi.
Move all in.
Looks like she brought us all snacks. That's cool. Pat. Looks like she's going to be commenting next week, so we'll have her. We'll have her in the booth soon enough. So
8-fold, 9-fold.
she will not be commenting.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
All right, so Kenneth is going to play his ace jack a little passive. Kind of in middle position here. We have Randy's going to raise it. I like Randy's game. He's played pretty well. He's a little bit more aggressive, taking a little more aggressive line most of the time. Aggression usually is winning poker
Yeah.
most of the time. So
I've seen that more and more lately, is that people will be more aggressive with low or middle pair. I don't know if that's a thing or just something that
I think
noticed.
you want to be aggressive when you play a hand. It doesn't matter what cards you have. I think
3 players.
being aggressive is a more profitable approach than being passive. Pre-flop.
and
Pre-flop.
He hits his 4.
He gets rewarded, right? The only bad thing. Well, no, Preston has top
hits
pair.
the
This
top
could get
pair.
a little expensive for Preston. We'll see how it goes. I love the fact that Randy's going to c-bet this. Because he would c-bet this with air. He would c-bet this with ace king, ace queen, whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this is really good. A check almost looks funny.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Oh, he gets an all in. Randy played that really well here.
He did.
Although Preston doesn't have a lot behind.
I agree with you there, because, yeah, a check there seems like,
No further action, gentlemen? No further action.
Randy should go ahead and just show him because that would be too.
yeah.
Ooh, flush. No one has a flush. Flush did get there.
But
We're looking at
He did not like that run out. Both of them didn't like that run out.
Can you hear through the mic everything I say to him?
No. I can only hear what he said.
Okay. Thank you.
nice hand for Randy there.
I sort of forget, you're in like max viewership spot right now. You really have to stay barrel. I should make it red. It's a red bird. But it has to be loud and proud. It's not happening. I mean, like audible on the screen.
Preston is going to a rebuy.
Stop making these tracks. He was waiting for me to say it. They're offering you $5 for that. Is that what Kristen said? Did Kristen say that?
So while we wait on that, checking in on the chat, any basketball fans out there, predictions for March Madness?
I'll take Alabama.
I'll make it 10. He is spicy.
Just
Obviously,
they are
being
ranked
here,
number
I will
one.
take UT.
I actually don't follow basketball. I just know they're the number
They
one.
are the
number
number
one
one
seed.
seed, yeah.
Which is weird because I wouldn't. I mean, I used to follow it, and they've never had a good team, not a great team, to be number one. So I went to Florida State, so we used to be good in basketball sometimes. We're more of a football school, but
It's always funny, like when you do brackets, the people that do so well picking on either a color or the mascot versus like people who will spend hours and hours and hours of doing research.
well, that's how you pick horses. I mean, you mean
That's
you pick them by the name, right? It doesn't matter if they're 200 to 1.
yeah.
And all those handicappers out there are like, well, this person, went to the
Yeah.
bathroom earlier, so he's going to be lighter. So, all right. Mallory says we'll be playing the Wednesday TCH
Oh,
live
nice.
Dallas game. Well, good luck. I will be watching as I watch pretty much every stream made, and there are a lot of them now, especially in Texas. I think every room has a stream.
I believe so.
TCH was the original here, but yeah, all the streams are
I
great.
will be watching that as well.
So
Good luck to you.
Yeah, good luck. That Dallas room is pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It's huge. Although we just opened one in Houston, another one in Houston, and I think that room is actually bigger than Dallas. And there's more. Obviously, there's more people in Houston. It's the third largest city, or fourth largest city in the United States. So I want to make my way down there eventually.
With baseball season about to start up, my girl and I are definitely going to go to a Rangers game. So,
Texans?
Yeah. Oh, well played. But yeah, I still haven't, just because I haven't traveled much lately, I haven't checked out Dallas. But yeah, as soon as we go, I'm.
Now, I am not a baseball fan per se, but something I do enjoy is going to a baseball game.
Yes.
Just the whole atmosphere, the food. Hot dogs always taste better at a baseball game, right? Popcorn always tastes better. Although I can tell you, I went to the Houston Texans football game against the Eagles last November. That was the worst food I've ever had.
Ooh.
It was. I don't even have the words for it. I was so disappointed. I was looking forward to it, and it was just it was unedible. So.
I will say, as far as like concession food, when we went to a Marlins game in
I don't mean to interrupt you. We have Kings.
Yeah.
This is our first Kings we've seen. We've seen Aces. We've seen Queens, I believe, but Kings, first time Kings, and then we'll get back to that. But he does get a call with the suited ace. Perfectly reasonable. So this should be a bet fold.
Yep.
9-bet, 125.
Aces, come on, ship it.
5 fold.
Yeah, bet fold.
Yeah, Casey says it was such a good game, though, the Eagles game. But that food was terrible. Casey's my wife.
So, best food ever when we were at a Marlins game in Miami, which was so weird. I paid more for a ticket here. The ticket was like, I don't know, $18 because Miami's not a big baseball town. And so it was like $18, $20, and we were third row on the third base side. Mm-hmm. Like we were right down in the action. And like that's what you pay for a Round Rock Express game.
Well, we do want to go to, although it's so hot, I can't stand being out in the heat, but we do want to go, I don't know if you follow soccer, but we want to go to an Austin game here.
I definitely do.
And check that out. And those tickets are hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Like $200 a ticket. So, which was kind of shocking.
6 fold. 7 fold.
But I do love soccer. I play soccer, so it's something I can relate to. But football is definitely my sport. I literally watch mock drafts all day, along with my live streams and my Karen videos. Upset Karens. My wife can attest to that. All right, this is not good for Preston. For Preston, as he does flop top pair with Brooks. That one actually slipped. Sorry about that. Here we go, and he's going to go with a pretty big sizing here, almost full pot here. It does look kind of bluffy. It's just I want to win the pot, and so I think Preston's going to find a call, and he does call with only 875. So your stack to pot ratio is really 1-to-1, as less than 1-to-1. And so what that means is that Brooks is trying to get all the money in here right now.
Oh! Ouch. That's going to be bad.
Did you see the check? That was a fast check by Preston.
Definitely a good check there.
Definitely. This is how much money I have. He calls. So 10, 8, or an ace is what Brooks is going to need. 10, 8, or ace. Hopefully I didn't jinx him. Nope, I didn't. All right, so here we go. 2 pair.
Oh, yep. That's.
And just like that.
Yep. I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling.
615.
But just quickly going back to soccer, I do want to go to a game this year with the new season of Ted Lasso coming out. Great show. I don't know if you've watched it.
I had no idea what you're talking. Does it deal with Karen?
No.
Okay. All right. So probably not.
It's about soccer.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely would like to go to a match this year. I do have some friends that have season
Because it
tickets.
started now.
Yes, they just won. What day was it? Saturday. They won 2-1. So I believe that they are 1-1 right now. I believe they lost their first game and then they just won that one.
Okay.
But getting into soccer, like I know the rules and everything, just never been a fan until I watched like the World Cup. I want to check out the stadium itself.
Oh, here? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard it's a great stadium. I just a couple of friends who've been to a game. I see their social media on well, I got a couple of mediocre hands clashing into each other here. Michael just calls. He could have gone either way there.
I hear you looking it up. All places don't have peppers. It's steak and peppers. White rice. Right?
It's a really good flop for Brooks there.
Like he knows. Hey, just because he looks Asian doesn't mean he knows shit.
9 check.
All right, Kevin, you've heard of pepper steak,
I've
right?
heard of pepper steak.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
come on. I've heard of pepper steak.
5 heads.
Never
One
had
check,
it, but
5.
heard of
I've never had it.
Yeah, Brooks is always firing this flop.
Because none of the restaurants you go to serve it.
No, they all do. Every Chinese restaurant that I know serves it.
Well, what makes you think he's even Chinese?
Well, they all eat the same food.
They all eat the same.
Any one thing I'm disappointed in the food here in Texas is the Chinese food. There are no good Chinese. I mean, the places that we've tried, and the places we only tried are kind of around Cedar Park. I think there's only been like 3 or 4 places. Got any recommendations, or do you like Chinese food at all?
Honestly, I'm not a big Chinese food person.
So you'd be the person to ask.
I just don't like a lot of vegetables, so I mainly like orange chicken and rice. My girl has made a couple really good meals this past 2 weeks. We just got some random stuff from HEB, and she's made some really good stuff, but yeah, I'm a picky eater.
Okay.
7 bet, 16.
Come from an old Italian to say that.
Wow, you have diamonds here clashing into each other.
Okay, I'm automatically rooting for Kenneth here because I love 8-9 suited because of rounders. But I also like the Ferrari hat.
Players.
We might just switch to Italian. Then. Everybody.
3 check.
This is an interesting board here. Sixes are still in the lead.
Big check.
Hard to put anybody on a jack, so he's really worried about a king. And oh, he just got counterfeited here, so the ace is now in the lead. And Preston, see, you got Prestige probably knows that that's a good card for him because if anybody had a king, they would have let out. If anybody had a jack, the only thing that his opponents could have is a jack there, right? Because a jack would have checked, but a king would have bet. So he feels very comfortable that his ace high is good there, and he's gonna take it down.
I concur.
Anyway, that's how I see it. Optimize. Stunning. I'm shocked that he's leading the way here with $1,000. Can't. He won that big. He won a couple of big hands there. But not that he's not a good player. I think he's a very good player. He's somebody I've seen. He probably is going to be upset with me as we're off to his bomb pot. But he's someone that I've seen really grow his poker in the 2.5 years I've been here. Really grown his bankroll and he's gone all the way up to 510. Plays a lot of 510.
Nice.
Played on the 510 stream here a lot. So, and I remember when he was playing 1-2.
He probably didn't turn his clock
We have Ragnar in here with your 20 billion points. Okay, top boat for Optimize. He might check this. No.
No.
One bet,
Yeah.
65.
Better boats could come on
having-
any other streets there.
Yeah.
And Brooks has an ace with a 3. Feels very
Yeah,
confident.
when you flop top boat, like with a medium card like that, you definitely don't want to see like a jack or king come out, because more than likely somebody's going to have a higher pocket pair.
Kenneth does, man, a lot of players call 2 pair, but
I own 4 balls.
Kenneth is going to lay that down. And now this is most likely going to be a chop pot here unless the 7 comes on top. We have diamonds now, nobody with a flush.
Queen of diamonds, queen of diamonds. One check.
Oh, Brooks also has 2 pair as
Yeah.
well. So 2 pair and a 3. So Brooks has 1,000 behind. So 1 to 2 SPR. Optimize could. I'm so sorry. Brooks has a boat.
Yeah.
But it's the inferior boat to Optimize. Yeah, I think he's gonna jam here. Check jam, just because it's only $1,000 behind. And this is gonna be insta call, I think. Yeah. You're not really losing a lot with your 8-3, but this is gonna be a chop pot, and both players are gonna win $45, something like that. Something like. Brooks does improve to a better boat, but it's still behind the 7s there.
Straight. No straight, sorry. My bad. Diamonds.
Straight.
No, you need to use 3.
There's no straight there.
My bad. 8 straight.
He did have what we call a wrap. Optimize did on the top,
All right, so I'm
but he didn't get it. So
here. You take it back. Take it back.
So yeah.
the dealer said straight and per straight.
So yeah, about $45. Oh, excuse me, 30.
Bravo, I flop that.
Looks like the graphics are holding up here, so haven't really seen
I
any
hope this is and is
misreads.
Is come the
since
bottle,
that
is come the
earlier
top
one.
and 2. Oh yeah. I got A3. A3, yeah.
Fourfold. 5 bet, 80, 6 fold. 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Okay. Race to 80. Prestige calling with the suited ace, which I always love.
Yeah, ace 7, that ace 6 to ace 9 is really tough to play unless you hit your flush or have a flush draw. This is probably just a bet fold, I would imagine.
5 bet,
Can't
20.
see Prestige continuing with that.
Bet 35, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold. Four call. Alright, 3 players.
Okay, looks like Brooks raised it up to 35. Got 2 callers. Kevin hits an 8 here. Brooks with bottom pair.
4 spades. 5 bet 60. 7 fold.
Oh, okay, kind of interesting. Brooks led out and gets a call from Kevin.
Heads up.
And gives
4 check.
Brooks a gut shot,
5 check.
and then Kevin a flush draw. Check, check. And Kevin hits a flush.
4 check. 5 check. Showdown.
Yeah, check, check. Yeah, Kevin trying to trap him there, see, or maybe scared of the paired board.
So you don't do button straddles here? Only straddles gonna be. Oh, like the burger? Yeah.
Seen him in like a year.
Alright, I got 20 on it. Ready? 20's on. 7 fold. 8 raise, 100.
Trying to get caught up. It looked like,
7 fold.
yeah.
8
Oh, there it
fold,
is.
9 fold,
Okay.
1 fold, 2 call,
So raising up to 100 with
5 call,
queens.
6 call. From 8. 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 call, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 call, 6 call. Alright.
And 3 callers here.
5 check, 6
So you got Brooks and Mike with top pair. Ken with the ladies. Obviously gonna see bet there.
150.
Wow.
It'll be
2 people
yeah,
with top pair, huh? And
with Mike with top.
sorry guys, I had to grab a little snack here.
Five raise, 350. 6 fold.
Oh wow.
This is interesting. Brooks is probably thinking his top pair good kicker are good. This is only a jam here for Kenneth. He can't just call.
He does just call.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
SPR of 1, less than 1 here. This money's probably getting all in. On the
I
turn.
expect Brooks to jam here.
Well,
5
Yep.
goes all in.
There it is. Scoop. There it is. But I do like it though, because now with the overpair, the flush, or excuse me, the straight,
968.
the 4-card straight just came out. So, you know, if you have ace 5, or excuse me, ace 6, 6, 9.
well, I wasn't here at the beginning of this. I grabbed me a snack, but I'm assuming it was Kenneth had the pre-flop plays, and this board favors Brooks a lot more, and Kenneth knows this.
Yeah, out of the game.
Oh, wow.
They fold. Yeah.
Nice move, Brooks. Oh, and of course you got to show it.
All right, 2 cards in, please.
Last time he taking the clean.
After he showed him.
It kind of looks like it, yeah.
All right, 7, 20, bets 20, 9 fold, 1 fold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I quit poker, that's why I work here.
2 raises 40, 3 fold, 4 fold. 5 call. 6 raises 200. 7 fold.
Yeah, you too.
All right, let's see what we got here. A couple of suited connectors. We got a double gap there from Randy. Might choose an aggressive style.
Which I love me some suited connectors.
Going back to that last hand, I thought Kenneth should have jammed there before the straight got there.
I agree. I think, yeah, he should have jammed on the flop.
Do we have to put his gram? Where's gram? I can't wait. Krista, please.
Hopefully no illegal hurdles there.
9 call.
I know we have a list of players, and we do have a player coming in here to fill that seat here momentarily. So give us 1 second, we'll get that filled. In the meantime, we have everybody with diamonds and hearts here, so it could get pretty exciting. And Mike Bell also has hearts, and he's got the nut variety.
Raise 350, 7 fold, 8, sorry, 9 fold.
There's a huge sizing here. 2x.
I'd love to see 2 hearts on the flop here.
Yeah, it's not going to happen because no one's calling. He does only have it. He already has 100 in here. So it's 250 to win 492. I don't think he's getting quite the right price. It's really close. Don't make the call though.
But you have to know Brooks.
Hearts going to be challenging because another player folded 2 hearts as well. Well, there's hope for Preston here with a gutter. I really like Mike Bell's bet pacing here. You know, he's not too fast to act. It's the same pacing when he's bluffing as when he has it, so it's very hard to pick up on. He goes with a really small sizing, which is also good because you don't need to make it big here, because if your opponent doesn't have a hand, probably not calling. But he does have a gut shot here, so a 9 would give him a straight. Now he's double gutted. Now he's got an up and down draw, so a 5 or 9 will give him a straight. Now the pot somehow has ballooned to 1100. I think Preston's going to check as well and see if he can hit his 8 outer. He's about 20, 22%, something like that. Oh, he's going to go ahead and.
3-bet, 500.
This bet means I'm all in. I'm all in on the fly. I'm all in on the river.
Picking up more outs. Maybe he thinks that Mike isn't that strong, so. Oh, and here we go. Down to the river.
Check.
Bad card. For Preston. Preston knows it's going to be tough for him to even bluff this, right? He's only got 800 behind in a pot that's at 2100.
3 check. I'm seeing 2 pair. Aces and 8s.
Hit my flush.
Oh, okay. I just saw that was the 3rd spade, so he might have been scared by the flush out there. I think maybe.
B and A. 1, 2. All right, 2-5 might give you 10.
See that picture of John Morant at the strip club? He's such a no. He wants to be so hood. He's trying so bad.
We'll find out soon that Saturday.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
1-bet, 40. 2 fold. 3 call. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 call. 7 fold. 8. 9 fold. Alright, heads up.
Apparently someone called his sister a bitch at a volleyball game. So he rolled up.
So another one really kind of hitting that. Let's see who will fire out first.
Optimize going to go ahead and bet with the best hand there.
They kept him quiet when he was called.
We'll get that player in C8 momentarily.
He's like, you're not his boy. You need to protect your ass.
Yeah.
Like instead of trying to join him and be part of it.
We are about halfway here. 111
Kevin,
you guys in the chat.
What are you doing, Kevin?
50 is off.
Did you really say 24?
Have a whole set.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
25, 50.
Hang out with.
You need to have all of that.
33 likes now.
Vince Young used to teach that at UT.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Yeah.
Broke.
Hey, Real. We've had a few nice big hands.
7 fold. 9 fold.
A couple all-ins. We had one all-in on a bomb pot, if that counts.
Two calls, 110. 3 calls.
I like Mike's 3-bet there. I'm just partially favored to King 9 suited. Or excuse me, bias to I just love that hand for some reason.
Well, we're not seeing anybody flop anything. We can see a couple of players with the gutter here. 10 or
700.
a king would give Randy or Michael a straight. Of course, Preston doesn't have anything. Randy bets big here. Oh, pot size.
I like that bet there.
Take it. 2, 5, 10, please.
You still don't see Randy in the graphics. Apologize for that.
Proceed 8. 25 is on. Fourfold. 5-fold. 6-fold.
We're going to see it.
7 bet.
See what's going on with Randy's graphics here. We're not seeing him
9-fold.
on anything. I'm not sure if he's actually entered in or not. So I apologize for that if you're watching here.
3 players. 3 check. 5 check.
Not much for anybody. I think this will be just who first leads out and then fold.
7 bet. 225.
And we got Prestige betting. He actually has the best hand.
3 fold. He's on.
Wow, Brooks with 66% VPIP. Wow. We do have a new player. It's going to be Sang, so we know who he plays here often. So he's going to hop in and try his luck here at this table. He'll be taking over for Kenneth in C8.
5 bet, 80. 6 fold.
Brooks' VPIP is really high, 67%.
7 call, 9 fold.
And that doesn't count the bomb pot. So. Prestige just calls with his ace queen. That's going to bring in Optimize for a good price there, multi-way. And I think Kevin's going to play this. He's been a little quiet tonight. Hasn't had any really good hands to speak of. Looks like he's going to speculate and see if he can get lucky multi-way. So.
Four players. One check. 4 check.
Okay, so the flop is 8-6-5. Brooks is going to flop top 2. This is going to be expensive here, Prestige, right? Prestige has good kicker, top pair.
5 bet.
And Kevin also has a gutter if he elects to play. Plus, Prestige also has a backdoor nut flush. I don't think Optimize is going to stick around, even though he has backdoor flush as well. I can actually see Prestige raising this,
4 fold.
given the fact that, no, he's just going to call. Brooks is a really good player. He's good enough to do this with nothing as well, given the fact that
Heads up.
no one else showed any interest. Ooh, dangerous hand. 2 pair for Brooks. Prestige not only has top pair, good kicker, but now he has the nut flush draw to go along with that.
5 check. 7 check. Five bet, 6, 8.
Given the
7
fact
call.
that
The aces and 6
Prestige makes the call, I think. Yeah, he makes the call. Brooks felt very comfortable when he didn't see a bet on the turn from Prestige. He's going to go ahead and fire it on the river.
How much is coming?
750.
50%, yeah. Five, 6, and 80. 680 last bet. Five.
Okay. All right, so the player in seat 2, it looks like we're going to try to reset him, but it's not going to show any stats before this point. It's only going to show the stats going above. So we're going to get his chip stack count here, and then we're going to reset him, and then and go from there.
Tournament alternates, please check in at the cage.
Five-fold, 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold.
We have Sang, who I've played with a lot, calls the 10, optimized raises with an ace-queen suited. Probably nothing prettier than that.
I'm not familiar with him. I don't believe I've ever played against him before.
He's kind of, I guess he's a regular. I guess you can say he's a regular. Plays 1-3,
3 players.
2-5 if it's open, I guess.
3 check.
All right, so we have Preston calling with Queen 9 off with only 550 behind. Sang actually has the best hand right now.
1 check.
I am surprised that Optimized didn't c-bet that. It's going to be tough for him to bet now, but he realizes that that flop's going to be in his opponent's ranges a lot more than him.
1 check. Three check.
Looks like everybody has a straight, but they don't.
1 check. Showdown. Here at ace side. Seeing deuces.
Yeah.
Sang wins the first spot.
Whoever best takes it.
Deuces never lose. Six bet, 35. Seven raises, 135, 8 fold.
Like Prestige's raise here, like the aggression.
I do expect Mike Bill to call here.
Yeah, Mike will call. I mean, if you raise and fold all the time, it leaves you kind of exploitable. So
6 call.
tough to have your raises respected if you fold every time. So let's go ahead and continue this. He is first to act against his opponent here.
6 check. 7 check.
Okay, Prestige with a gut shot. I am surprised that he checked there. I would have liked to seen a C-bet.
Yeah, I could have just taken it down there, but it's gonna be hard for him to rep anything at this point. But it'll work.
7 bet.
There, yeah, there it is.
6 fold.
Prestige winning a lot of hands.
Is there?
Let me get back to the community.
All right,
I know
thank
you
you all
lost
very
a
much,
big one
everybody.
to Brooks. Unfortunate with the ace queen
Thank you,
there.
sir. Thank you. Good luck to everybody this evening. Bomb Pot, guys. $10 out there for the play.
I think I heard Bomb Pot.
Yay.
Bomb Pot. Have we had a dealer change? Has he been in that box the whole time? Oh, as I say that, there's a dealer change, Bomb Pot.
Dealer change
Here in
or
Texas, we have
every
two
30
different-
minutes.
we have two different types of. If you're not on the live stream, on the table, we have two different types of bomb pots. We have the button bomb pot, and we have also a dealer change bomb pot. So every time we dealer change, we just do a bomb pot. Any reason to do a bomb pot, we'll do it. And usually with the dealer change bomb pot, it is always PLO. But with the button bomb pots, it's really dealer's choice, right? You can make it
Player's
crazy
choice.
pineapple. I'm sorry, player's choice. Dealer button's choice. Bomb pot button.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got it.
And so you can play crazy pineapple. You can even play hold'em bomb pots, double board.
Double
Choose
board
to.
or single board
Yeah, you can do
for
whatever you want.
for any of those three.
Now we have Jesse in the box. Looks like we're doing it every 2 hours of dealer change.
Yeah, the most popular, or at least the most played that I've seen, is the PLO double board. Every time, or every now and then, they'll switch it up and do crazy pineapple, which is when you get 3 cards pre-flop. After the flop, you'll have to discard one of your cards, and then it becomes regular hold'em. Yeah.
I'm here.
Just kidding. They get a card scan.
Flop not. I got flop 4.
So now we're looking for some pocket 10s, a 4, a 7.
I got 4 and a
Combination of those. So as you can see, both boards have pairs on them. So it almost makes any flush, although there's really no flushes out there, irrelevant, right? So kind of looking for those combinations right there. And as I look,
No flush, no straight draws yet.
nobody has a 7 or a 4.
Huh.
So I see, we're looking at pocket pairs. Somebody had kings and 5s, someone 5s, someone had 3s. This might go check all the way around, unless we get some sort of action flop. There's a 4. So what that 4 does is, you guys know.
So Optimize has the aces, so he's got a boat up top.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So that 4 gives all pairs a boat. You have to play 2 cards in your hand.
Yeah, I don't think I saw any diamonds. Oh,
I do see
no,
9-8.
I take that back. Brooks has diamonds with his kings.
Kings and king high flush.
Oh, he did have the
diamonds.
ace.
Oh, so it's a
I'm sorry.
scoop.
I
It's a
totally
scoop.
missed that.
Yeah, I didn't see the diamonds either. So Brooks had second to optimize on both
That's
boards.
tough. You have second nuts on both boards. That's a tough beat.
That worked out pretty good.
Yeah, that's rough.
Never seen him sing on a stream before, so might give me a little insight to what cards he plays.
I've played on probably about 4 or 5 of them, and yeah, that's the thing that I worry about is that does kind of expose you, but it's fun to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can go home and then kind of analyze your own play, you know.
Pocket aces for Mike Bell. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Yeah, at least for me, especially when I'm running bad, wake up with aces, and just even throw out a small $15, $20 bet, and everybody folds.
I mean, we still kind of kill fucking chicken.
Y'all got me nervous. I'm thinking about every play. Gotta be calculated.
Preston's going to outflop here. He's got second pair effectively. Brooks has 2 overs to the 8, although he can't know what his opponent has. Preston just had some.
Yeah, he just
Had some bad luck, although he did double up with that Queen 3, that Miracle Queen 3.
We usually keep playing after the lights turn off.
No seat 2 as of yet. We're working on it.
Order's been picked up. Yeah, from 700 feet away.
Takes probably about an hour to get here.
By wheelchair.
There he is. I see. Well, I see his name was always been there. There's Randy. Randy's in there with 5-6.
What's the race to?
We haven't really seen the big hands clash. It's just kind of the luck of the draw, right? So we do have Sang contemplating something. The 8-4 suited. Oh, he goes big on this. I may have to go out there and tease him a little. So he's going to make it 3-10.
oh, and a shove.
Now Sang has to call. It's only another 3:30
Yeah.
to call. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
call, but it would look really funny if he just folded.
But Prestige also.
Well, he's saving face right now. He's not. He's not. I don't think he's actually contemplating a call here. He wants the players to know he's making a tough choice. Big lay down. Big lay down. Big lay down. Oh, I was so wrong. It happens all the time. I'm always wrong.
Love it. I love it.
Now,
Suited
Sang is
connectors.
now he's getting the right
Okay,
price.
here's the big one. Here's the big one.
Oh, I mean, these players see each other's hands. And I don't think Preston's going to win this. Although Prestige is saying do share a card. So Prestige is wanting diamonds. He doesn't want diamonds, but
He does not. But still, like I've said, suited connectors. So it looks like Preston is all in.
No one's gonna turn their card,
Prestige
so-
has 184 behind, so I would imagine he would just go all in no matter what.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, Preston
did I
hits
just
his
happen?
9.
That just happened. And Preston's got to think one of his opponents has an ace. Nobody with clubs.
Or at least a pocket pair.
And actually, well, now they're going to chop whatever they want to put in. They're gonna chop. Saying has to call, of course, for 184 to win 2,100. He's not going to call? So,
For
saying he's actually in better shape than he should be.
it's that's tough because of the amount, because you've already invested in.
Oh! Wow, how'd you do that?
Wow.
Well, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. You guys went in with 8 and 4 high. And he's going to get a nice little triple up in the most unorthodox way.
Wasn't good enough. Did you?
Nice answer.
That might put him in the positive, I'm sure. Let's take a peek here. Preston is only down $57. He's been all over the place right now. Randy's up 691. I think that does count his old stats though, because he hasn't really played a hand. I don't recall. So it's good to see him though. And now he is gone. He is off the board. There's no more Randy. There's no more. There's Prestige is down the most, and I thought he has played really well, but just hasn't. He's been kind of unlucky. Kevin's been super quiet. I haven't seen him really this quiet in the stream. I think ever. He's so optimized, believe it or not. He's been really card dead quiet as well. I'd like to see him get a little run good here. He's not going to play the 6-4 suited. I don't know. I'd always play the 6-4 suited.
Most of the time,
looks sad.
Most of the time I do as well. But yeah, when you're card dead, it's hard to play something like that in that position.
Mike wakes up with a real pair here. Definitely going to play this, although he just calls. And that's what happens when you just call. You have Mike going
with the straight flush draw.
Flush draw, gutter there. Any jack, any diamonds, jack of diamonds.
Those cards look like they've been
Unfortunately, nobody really has anything to continue. But Mike is going to look him up. And I think Mike looks him up, or should look him up, because Mike Bell can bet this with a flush draw, right?
Oh, absolutely.
He beats a flush draw right now, so. And he'd be right at the moment. And I think Mike is going to lead out here. He's going to bet 125, more of a blocker type bet.
I think it's like sometimes you know that when your opponent's on a flush draw, you're going to see how much you can put out to either make them fold or push them out.
Here. You got a jam here. It's going to put Mike all in.
Yeah.
It's going to put Mike L all in as Mike Bell has him covered. Good call.
I think,
call.
yeah.
I mean, even if he loses, that was a really good call.
Yep.
Given the fact that the board texture.
I agree.
Like.
And
straight flush. Straight flush. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That probably is going to win.
Only the high hand of the evening.
You have straight?
I didn't put him on a pair.
That's a tough one. Mike made the right call. I know it feels gross.
I agree. That's.
I mean, if it wasn't the second diamond out there, I could see you folding that. Your opponent's usually not going to bet unless he has a bigger pair, but given the board texture with the diamonds.
But I believe he made the right read, knowing that Mike Bell was on a flush draw.
And I haven't seen a straight flush on the stream in quite some time, so that was pretty exciting.
That was fun. Let's do it again.
I've never seen a straight flush versus straight flush.
Half of the text.
You know, somebody had, there was 6, 7, 8 on the flop. They had 4, 5 versus 9, 10.
I just recently saw, I can't remember specifically which tournament or which game it was, but I saw a straight flush versus royal flush.
One card, 2 card play?
Like he didn't go to some other.
I think it was 1 card play.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually seen that in a bomb pot once. I've seen quad versus quad. I think it was last year. Not on the stream, but just playing. I wasn't in the hand, but it was 6s versus 9s, and it was 6, 6, 9, then 9. I've only had 1 straight flush in the last 2 years myself, and that was 6, 7 of clubs. Won $30.
I remember it. It was actually here. I think it was maybe 2 years ago. I hit a straight flush. I actually announced because it was late at night and the table was going to break. So I announced that, yeah, this was my last hand. And I rivered a straight flush and tripled up, I believe.
Yeah, I checked my straight flush. And, that was that. But, okay, that was really cool to see. Especially to the 2 card, when you have 2 cards to hit the straight flush. It's a little bit more, it's a little harder to achieve that. Seeing straight flushes a lot in bomb pots, obviously, because you get 4 cards and 2 boards and all that goodness. Prestige has got the confused text. All right, we have Randy in the house. We're going to have his stats show up now. Thank you, chat, for letting us know that he was nowhere to be found. Our producer, Mel, was able to fix that. We've got a couple players get up from the table in disbelief of the straight flush. And we have Preston and Randy to the flop. Some Broadway cards. I saw a jack right in the window. It's good for Preston. I keep calling them Prestige.
Was it outside?
I think we've seen Randy on the Dallas stream. He is from Dallas. I think that's TCH Austin, coming down to visit us. Appreciate that. And Preston right now is his new best friend is Sam, who raised his 8-4 suited and get a triple. Not a double up, a triple up. Just going to go ahead and social media that out.
They left food on the other side, like the door or whatever, like 0 degrees out that day. I know a friend. He went out.
Just kind of talked sports a little bit earlier, and today's the first day of the legal tampering of the NFL, so free agents. And so we've seen a lot of players kind of change hands. The Raiders have a new quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, which actually makes a perfect sense, as their head coach used to be his coach in New England. So I'm excited to see how many players my team is going to lose. We already lost a couple already, so we'll have the worst defense. I'm an Eagles fan. We'll have the worst defense in the league this upcoming season. So.
And, well, as a Cowboys fan, that doesn't necessarily affect me too much, but...
Well, it does, because you can win the division. We do have, now we see Brooks with pocket 9s. measuring out a raise here. I like it. I do see a lot of players just at the table just calling 8s and 9s a lot and not really raising their mid pairs.
Yeah.
And 9s are kind of that mid pair, high pair, mid pair kind of thing.
Well, going back to what I was saying earlier about seeing a lot of players raise with 8-9. So yeah, it's interesting to see instead of them 3-betting or 4-betting with those.
It's almost, a lot of players, probably including myself, would rather have 7-8 suited than pocket 8s at times. Plays a lot better for the flop, but you definitely got to raise those mid pairs. It does not play well multi-way. Now, just like Brooks, right? If Brooks would have just called, he could have 2 or 3 or 4 callers in there.
Yeah.
And we've got Mike L.
Interesting.
Bombing this. It looks like he has a 10. Mike's not typically known as a bluffer. I know Brooks had played with him. He played with him on the stream before. And so this is an interesting spot here, right? Brooks obviously has no draws. He does have a club for some backdoor equity, I guess.
Oh, and
he jams.
Okay. I like it.
Wow.
Oh, here we go.
Oh!
Ouch.
Didn't mean to yell. Wow.
And Brooks has just had some.
I need a moment here. That I mean.
Brooks has just had some run back tonight, and
what a great call by
again,
Brooks.
I feel that, man.
Or what a great all in. I mean, it looked like Mike L had a 10 there. And since Mike L committed, you're wondering why does he call? Obviously, well, because he committed like a lot of chips already.
Yeah.
And so I was just hoping to get lucky, and lucky he did, because I will definitely mention that to him after the stream. I'll go up to him and tell him how lucky he is. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows.
But of course, you have to tell him.
It was actually a really good play by both players before the call.
Yes.
I mean, because he was just re-raising, knowing that he's probably behind most of Brooks's hand there. Try to push him off that with his bet, but once he put all that money in, he had to call. You can't just bluff off that many chips.
Yeah, I absolutely would have called as well.
And a backdoor flush as well, so that backdoor equity does count for something. All I can hear Mike saying is, I was suited.
Famous last words,
yes.
But I was suited.
And with that hand, at that double up, Mike's going to enjoy a little snack there, a little snacky snack. Preston with a nice ace-king. Wow, we got 2 big hands bumping into each other, and then we have Sang's hand. Sang it, and then Sang. Sang's going to take the worst time to raise, and then Preston re-raised, and now Kevin with the 10s is probably going to flat here. It's tough to, 4-bet 10s. And Kevin's actually in the lead right now with his big pair here.
But yeah, I'd definitely just flat there.
I didn't just see that, did I? I'd have preferred that queen to be a 10, but it's not a horrible flop for Kevin, as it's less likely his opponent has a king. His opponent does have a king. And Preston's going to go ahead and c-bet this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he would just call there. And
this is interesting. Kevin picks up some additional equity. got the straight draw. So any ace, any
No,
nine.
with both of them with a straight draw.
Well, this is true. So if an ace comes, it's a boat for Preston.
If a 10 comes, then
it's a boat for Kevin. So Kevin really needs a 10 or a 9 is what we're saying here. This is an interesting hand here. We've got two big hands running each other, and then we've got a board that should really help both players, given the pre-flop sizing that we saw. And Kevin knows he's behind now. That's not a card he was looking forward to.
Yeah, I was surprised Preston didn't raise there.
Yeah, I mean, Preston does have a good hand, no doubt about it, with the trips. But it's so vulnerable, right? You know, pocket jacks could have made that play. You know, king jack, king queen. You know, if he bets there, what's going to call him, right? You know, queen's might not be able to call. Maybe, I guess you're targeting a queen or one pair holding. Mike L is still down a little bit even after that miracle ace or queen on the river.
So I'd rather you guys all have a seat and play versus breaking the game. Right, but can we convert to 1-2 only, or? Two rounds of hole, 1 round of ball. That's fine, guys. I'm just going to take you off the 1-2 list. Okay? I'm going to take everybody off the 1-2 list. So what's the deal? So it's going to be 2 rounds. Bomb pot.
So we have 5 tables.
Take it back. You can borrow that.
I think we have a tournament. So looks like 7 tables. Good action tonight. TCH Austin. If you're in the neighborhood, come on down. Check us out. So we have a couple of different games going. We have a 2-5 game, a 1-3 game, and a couple of 1-2 games plus the tournament. Now we have Prestige with pocket 7s against Optimize's pocket 8s. You see a big raise by Brooks with his Broadway cards. Now we got a couple players really just set mining here. 8-7 king would be a nice flop. I'm just looking for Max Payne here. Randy, I already can tell Randy does not like to fold hands. It's very, very sticky. And he's going to make the call with ace-10 offsuit. Really ambitious, although he's better. He's better than he should be. You know, his ace is live. His 10 is live. So let's see if he can connect. We're 4 ways, and the pot's already $1,100. 8, 8-7, king, please. An 8 and an ace. Oh, Optimize.
Oh, this is going to be big.
You sick puppy. All right, so the set mining worked for Optimize. I expect him to raise or bet whenever it comes out because the board is pretty wet with the 2 clubs and the straight draws all over the place, which Brooks does have a gutter here. Randy has top pair.
Looks like Brooks went all in.
He made a big bet. The pot was 1,100, so he made it. Yeah, he made it 700. So his
almost
stack to pot ratio is less than 1 by a lot. Now, Optimize is going to do a little Hollywood, but he's going to have to raise this given the fact that he has another player behind him who could be on a club draw and doesn't want him to get in there cheap. Although that's a lot to call for a club draw.
Oh.
And he just smooth calls it. That's a little dangerous. Well, I mean, I don't think Brooks is going anywhere. So Brooks is going to need a 10 here. That is not the card either player wanted. Flush gets there. But there's no way Optimize is ever folding to a $1,000 bet.
No more action.
And all
He got
in
snap
and a call.
called, yeah.
Yep.
Set of 8s.
Optimize is going to stack Brooks. It's the second time Brooks has gotten stacked. I don't know, he didn't get stacked against Mike, but it's that might be our biggest pot.
Yes.
$4,500 pot there that I can call. And Optimize pulls way out in the lead past Mike Bell with almost 4K profit. Prestige got really lucky he didn't get a 7 there. I know what Brooks was trying to do. He's trying to rep that flush.
Yeah, that's
but
kind
he
of.
just didn't have enough money behind.
That's kind of what I was
You
thinking.
know, so he just only had 1,000 behind, and the pot was almost at 3, or was at 3. So, you know, Optimize was thinking he had outs of the board paired, but I already have so much money in there. I can't fold now. Like I said, the flush always seems to get there more than the straight.
It really does. At least when I play, and they usually have the flush, and I have not the straight.
I have not the All right, we have an hour and 15 minutes left. We have nobody has anything. There's a couple of gut shots out there.
Yeah.
Or a gut shot out there with Brooks. Brooks is just having it. Just ran into it tonight. Just, you know. Although I think you could have played that, in my opinion, you could have played that king queen just a little different. I like the aggression by Brooks, but
I do, but yeah, I agree. Like you said, after the turn.
Well, there might be some redemption here because he just hit it straight.
Aha.
With Kevin with an open-ender and Prestige with an open-ender. This could get expensive. We're going to see a bet by Prestige, I would think. He's looking for a king or an 8 here.
So
if a king or an 8 comes, I'm going to feel really bad for Brooks. And he somehow gets a double. But now the money is really starting to fly here in the last little bit. So now we have another all-in call. And now Brooks is the recipient of that. Going to go ahead and double up here, get a lot of his money back. Now somehow Brooks is sitting at 3.4K.
Now that we got a little more out there, I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see the next bomb pot.
That did felt Prestige. I wonder if he's going to come back. And there's only a little over an hour left in the stream. He was already losing before that, so I wouldn't blame him if he just said, it wasn't my night. I'm gonna live to fight another day. Jedi Master Ted, a 10. That's tough. I actually had like 0 points. I rolled a 2 the last time I played, and so that was fun. All right, Sang has a real hand here, and the players know that he's been raising incredibly light. which is now going to be good for him. It could pay off because he's going to bump this up to 150. So he re-raised Mr. Bell. Brooks with a suited ace, looking to get some of those losses back here. And he's going to go ahead and give this a call. And Mike is going to make a smart laydown. A lot of times people will just call the two broadways, but so many times you got ace, queen against you, king, queen, you're just dead there.
Oh, so, oh.
Poor bro.
Oh.
Well, he's lucky that 7's not an 8.
Yeah.
Saying should c-bet this. It'll look actually stronger if he checks.
Well, I was just going to say it's it's like the Vegas saying, you don't walk away from, excuse me, you never walk away from a heater. So like once you win a big hand like that, you want to play the next one. And unfortunately, he's going to run into this one.
Yeah, and you know, Sang made really good. He c-bets this like he would 100% time, right? And then it's really good sizing too, right? Doesn't look too value-y. The pot was 350, something like that, and he makes it, you know, 60% or whatever it is, 65% pot, which is not too value-y, but it's not too big. So it looks like just what a c-bet would look like, in my opinion. And so this could be a call. But I think Brooks might be contemplating a raise here. I don't know. Not sure what he's thinking. This is the trouble of playing a weak ace because it's tough to figure out what you're going to do here. Now, call sizing or bet sizing is really important here for saying if he rushes into this, he probably, well, now he's going to definitely get a
So now I think here's where you put on the performance.
Yeah.
You
pause. Look how much Sang has behind. I didn't take that into account. This is going to be an all-in. It's not much more for Brooks to call. He can't fold now, so practically drawing dead. Needs to pair here. Tear his hand. There it is. So Sang with a boat here. And the way he turned it over was like, this is how much money I have. Please just don't. He knew he was, obviously he was ahead the whole way, only losing the pocket aces. And Brooks all over the place tonight. Up, down, up, down. He is happy that Sang only had 1,200-ish, 1,100, something like that. We have in the chat, somebody rolled a 76. Kicker problems. So I've been commentating for over a year now, and I've only won one. I've only won one roll. And I've played every stream. That's how I'm looking at it. Okay, Prestige is down. He is going to buy back in. He's down almost 3K here. Sang is up 600 now after his 8-4 spades. And Brooks is down 1.7. So he was down only 400 or 500, then he doubled up. Sang, and now he's down 1.7. Raise first in. Prestige is leading the way there with 50% of his hands he's played. He's raised in the first one to raise. Bomb pot, here we come. 90 bucks into the pot. We'll see who has a king here. See who has spades and a king. Might go with the blocker. The ace of spades.
Sang with the king.
Sang with the king. He's going to ride that heater here. I like the check. Trips aren't nearly as good in
might
bomb
go
pots
with
or
the
PLO.
other king.
Having some little bit of kicker issues here. So a 6 on the bottom would give Mike L a nice little
Doesn't
boom.
look like any spades. Anybody has any spades?
Mike does have a straight, but he can't feel very comfortable about it. Prestige has a straight. Michael has a straight and a king. Looking for a friend. 8.
And with
8, 7,
the
4.
yeah, with the spade blocker. So
An 8 would
you
be fun because you don't normally see a chop pot with a boat or get quartered with a boat. So you're actually ace king is good there on the top, I believe, right? Am I missing something? No. Nope. No one has jack queen.
Nope, ace king good on top.
Now we're off to the showdown. So Mike L is going to be the, but he has a straight though. So it's going to be Brooks who doesn't have a hand. So it's going to be a chop pot here. Brooks is just having a rough night. That's where aggression gets you in trouble sometimes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you got to balance that out just a tad there and avoid those spots. But he's just gotten in good a few times and just been unlucky.
Okay.
Jesse's a really good dealer here at TCH. One of my favorites to deal to me. I've actually played, he plays a lot of poker too as well, as most dealers do. And it looks like Prestige is not going to play a bomb pot. I've never seen him not play a bomb pot.
Huh.
It's interesting. Interesting strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Sorry, that was an inside joke.
Beat me to it. Oh. As like I always tell my girl, because we say a lot of things at the same time, like beat me by 1 second.
Usually when you're down a lot of money, most players really want to play the bomb pots. I mean, I don't want to say there's no skill, but there is definitely more luck involved. And so you could see if you can get lucky there and spike something here. With that being said, we're off to the flop here. We got a couple of mediocre hands running into each other. Nobody with clubs, and just some backdoor stuff going on. Oh, I guess Kevin does have a gutter. Yes. King is going to hold up here, but the pot is only at 97. Kevin's going to take a stab at it. Brooks is going to call. He's actually ahead right now. And these players have played against each other a lot of time. Kevin really picks these spots well, right? So he always seems to know where he is.
Trying to do this, going up to 600,
I have a bad knee as well. Will it hurt if I did this? I don't punch very hard, so don't worry. Thing's definitely playing this. Before you. Saying he's going to outflop everybody. Everyone else has back doors here. So 7-8 got there. So I guess Mike a gutter here. Also gives Sang a gutter as well, right? If he gets in, I'm doing that math right. If he gets a 7, so that would be I'm going to. Again, we have the straddle on. Now we have the double straddle. We haven't seen a lot of double straddles in this game. You usually get to see them the last hour, which we're about to hit right now. So we've already gone 3 hours. Again, thanks for everybody for hopping in here. We have Kevin with pocket 4s. Brooks is going to re-raise this. Going to make it 220, I believe. Looks like, yeah, 220. So not a huge re-raise, but it's enough to isolate. I don't think Kevin can get away from the 4s just yet.
Yeah, he's looking at his stack saying,
quick inventory on his opponent there.
And I'm not gonna say Brooks is on tilt because I'm not sure, but yeah, when you've had some up and down, you just kind of want to get somewhat suited connectors. I definitely know the feeling.
Yeah, I would say it looks like he's on tilt, but now
he does hit the 8 though.
But before that he was already playing 60% of his hands.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
When the stream started, he was playing every hand.
Yeah,
he's gonna outturn his opponent here. He's gonna have top pair now. And it's now Kevin betting out, which I do like. He is open-ender, so he's got outs coming.
I would be shocked if he doesn't shove here.
Yeah, well, no.
Huh.
Wow, okay, so Kevin, he gets there.
Wow.
Kevin needs specifically a 4. What is in Kevin's calling range after he gets re-raised? Is a 4 in that range right here? And you know Kevin's going to bet this. You can't just check it because it'll go check.
Oh yeah.
So
absolutely.
He's going to have to bet this for value, or he can go bluffy. Now his opponent only has 1,600 behind, so I'm thinking around that $600 range.
Yeah, I would say like 600-700.
And this is going to be a tough call for Brooks, although he does have top pair. The board is just so connected and so wet, and he's only got a bluff catcher here. Let's see what sizing Kevin elects to go with here. He goes a little bit bigger, so 1.1, so a full slot pot size here. He turns it into making it look like a bluff. He is telling Brooks, I have the nuts or I'm bluffing. He doesn't have one pair here. So, I mean, Brooks can take comfort in that. He doesn't have one pair that beats him. He's either got a straight. And so Brooks is saying, what 4 could you have in your range that you call my re-raise pre-flop? Ace 4 suited. Ace 4 suited makes sense, right? But then he flops it.
Or sometimes 4-5 suited.
That would be ambitious if you chose to do that. But yeah, that could make sense too.
Oh. He's not going to like that. Yep. Yep. I feel you, brother.
I feel like that was my hand. I feel bad for him. That's just Kevin made it look like he was bluffing, trying to buy it. So this is a great play by Kevin. He's a really good player, but that's just a tough one, right? It's like you have a straight or you have a big ace. You don't have a pair because a pair is just it's got showdown value. So for me, I tend to be on the more cautious side with.
I think maybe I'm a little bit different. If I wanted to represent the bluff there, then I would have gone all in.
That's almost exactly what he did. As Brooks had nothing, but only had like 400 behind.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I'm not sure if he took an inventory exactly what he had. And we have Brooks going all in. Phil's like tilt now with Jack 3, although he doesn't have much. Looking for a cheap double up here. But Prestige with the Ace King himself. They both have clubs. Well, I mean, Brooks is in really good shape, actually. He's a 40-60 here. Although the... he does hit a jack. All right.
Okay.
And Kevin's going to congratulate him. Kevin even feels bad for it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you see somebody that you know that's kind of running bad. You're just like, yeah, I feel you, man.
And Prestige is also doing right. He's actually lost more money than Brooks. So to lose with Ace King there, it just it sucks. It's, it's not even a pair, so.
Take your licks.
Looks like Mike's taking a little sabbatical here. I know when talking to the dealers, they love dealing the live stream. It's really incredibly comfortable, and pitching the cards is a lot easier on the bigger table. So, just kidding.
I was like, wait.
You just heard.
No, you're reaching farther. As somebody with back problems.
But they do have smaller cards now. I heard. Randy with pocket fives. And I say that with excitement because it's nice to see his name on there. We had some trouble getting Randy in the graphics, so he is still good, it looks like. But he's going to lay it down to Sang. But Sang has played really aggressive here. Brooks is going to call with his flush draw, eight of clubs. He is correct. He does. If he hits the clubs, he is going to be good.
So it looks like it's kind of going back and forth between the two of them. Is there, or how many times have you ever been like, you know what, I just want to go after this one specific player after either a good or bad hand?
Well, I think go afters are strong. I think there are certain players you want to put yourself in position to play against. Whether they're on tilt or whether they call too much or whether they're too tight and they fold a lot. Those are the exploitive things that you look for in poker. And even though poker is a social game, that's part of poker, right? It's the psychology part of poker. I mean, there's two different types of poker strategies. It's utilized a lot. One of those is the exploitive, which we talk about. Player versus player tendencies, player types. Can you pick up on that stuff? The other one is that straight GTO math, and this is what you do: buy position under the gun, a middle position, hijack, whatever it is, right? As your range gets tighter, as you're in the worst position, right? So, dealer button, your range should be like 40 to 50% of your hands, and so that's more of the GTO strategy. Really great players implement both of those because In Texas, GTO is probably less used.
Yeah.
In my opinion, than most places, but it's still very, very effective. But exploitive is definitely, tilt is definitely a real thing.
Oh,
You'll see
absolutely.
you'll see some players with tilt play a lot more hands, right? You'll see some players with tilt don't play any hands, and so, but it's mostly they'll open up their range when they're losing, and that's almost it. It's me too. I open up my range.
Or I need more chips.
So that's a real thing.
It is, and sometimes, yeah, when I'm on tilt, say somebody sucked out on the river.
Oh, I've seen you on tilt. I've seen I see.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, if it's because I get sucked out on the river, then I become on tilt, and then I just kind of focus on like, okay, I want to get this person specifically back. Obviously, I want to get everything back, but I want to go after this person specifically. Maybe that's just me.
No, I hear you. And we have, by the way, we have a juicy little hand here. Brooks, who we're talking about tilt, has been very aggressive. I'm not saying he is on tilt, but he flops like really good hands. It's hard for his opponent to have a queen. He just happens to, and it's the same person, Kevin. Kevin's going to do the same type. He's probably just going to call this, right?
Oh, of course.
No, he's going to raise it.
Oh.
The pot is so small, I can see a raise here. Brooks is probably saying, are you trying to punk me here?
All in.
No.
Oh, no, sorry, just a call.
That card is actually really good for Brooks. His opponent could have an ace, and it could shut down. Although he only has 623 left. But no need to just jam it, and you could just save your 600 because now you're behind some bluffs that he could have had on the flop that contained an ace. Now for Kevin, he's hoping that Brooks has an ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now your SPR is 1-to-1 here. That actually saves Brooks, although he doesn't have much left because now he's counterfeited, right? Unless he wants to jam here, but he doesn't have enough money to get Kevin off his boat. And so this could be a check jam. This could be a check jam call.
I thought Kevin might have checked on the turn. So if Brooks was representing the ace, he would have shoved.
Yeah, I just said you really just saved his last $500 with the board pairing like that. Going back to your tilt question, I often, the times I don't get tilted when someone sucks out because you got to understand that you want some of those plays. You want those plays long term, right? So in the short term, players are going to suck out. You're going to suck out, you know. So over the course of your poker career, you want those 20%, equity hands to call you, right? Yeah, 20% of the time you're going to lose, but 80% of the time you're going to win. You're going to win a lot of money. I often sometimes go on tilt when I play against better players. That's when I go on tilt. Like, man, I can't believe it. I got to get this. I got to show him I'm better. But those are the times when I'm playing against better players. Those are the times that I can find myself at tilt. And what I do well is I recognize when I'm going on tilt, and I can often just get up, and leave.
You are better than I, sir.
So it's not the suckouts that give me. Oh, here we go. Mike Bell had aces earlier. He's got kings now. And optimized with a nice hand. And it's not a big raise either, right? It's a 3x. It's a 3-bet, right, to 300, but he 3x optimized. Oh, Sang, I love it. Love it, Sang.
I was going to say, do you think he's going to call or raise?
Well, I think he raised, and now it's a re-raise, and now it's a 4-bet. Or 3-bet, sorry.
No, it looks like he just called.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Sang was the initial raiser. And then he got raised by Optimize, and then Mike Bell re-raised him. And Mike...
My apologies.
And then Optimize, good lay down. It's tough to lay down. There's 700 in the pot, 200 to win 700. I think he should have called, but that's a different story. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Sang flops the world here. He's got the top straight, the nuts. Mike Bell doesn't love that flop as it hits his opponent's range, but doesn't really hate it because who's calling him with that who's calling that bet with that board? Not a lot of hands, and here we go.
Okay,
we're going to go into how to act 101. Gosh, I have a flush draw with a gutter.
So since we just had the academies last night,
Look at him. He's just man. So much money in the pot. 500.
What can I get? What can
if
I
I
get?
hit my, he's trying to act like if I hit my flush. Mike does block the flush or with the king of spades, which is actually a bad thing because if he gets jammed on in here, his opponent's less likely on a flush draw because he holds it. He holds a king of spades and a high flush. He has a lot behind him though, right? He's got 2.5. I think he has to raise just because the spades are out there. Oh, and he goes over bets.
Oh, and
Insta
he calls.
call.
Which,
wow, this game is getting crazy right now. That is our biggest pot right now. Almost 6K pot. Straight versus over pair. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I know I did. And very nonchalantly, Sang says, yeah, I got 2.5. I believe I heard him say, ship it.
Which is interesting because I think it was like the second stream that I played, it was the first or second hand, and I was in Sang's position. I flopped the nut straight versus kings, and I just check called. So it's a good mental note for me.
Well, I think Sang recognized Mike Bell had and I keep calling his last name because we have two mics at the table.
Yeah.
He recognized that he must have had a big pair, and he played it like he had a overpair. You know, like nines, maybe sevens might do that. Sevens makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Overpair with a straight draw.
Yeah.
And so you can't blame Mike for insta calling there.
Oh no, that's tough to get away from.
He looks very, nonchalant, but you know he's doing cartwheels in the back of his head.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, I think he just asked for a rack and he's going to leave now. All right, now we have Sang as our big winner at 4K. You should thank Kenneth for that because Kenneth got up and he took his seat.
Yeah.
And Brooks and Prestige and Mike Bell. Mike Bell was winning a lot, and he's only down 566 now, so not too bad. I mean, Sang has played 22 hands and won $4,000. So for every hand he played, he won $200. That's some good ROI, Sang.
Yeah.
And he's very unorthodox, right? He's clearly can't be bluffed. Can't be pushed around. Those are the scariest types of players, in my opinion. And now we have Randy, who's been incredibly quiet. Waking up with a nice little suit of connectors. And Mike is going to take that loss like a pro. I've seen him lose, get sucked out on before. And he always takes it like a pro that he is. Prestige is going to bump this up. A very small raise here. I feel like that wasn't intended to get anybody to fold, but to build a pot.
Little pot builder.
As long as you're not Brooks, we're all right.
I'd like to see a 10 in the middle there. Instead, we have two diamonds, and Randy's going to outflop him with a pair. Prestige elects not to c-bet. There's a lot of info there for Randy. It doesn't have a king. That king would have probably c-bet there, given the fact there's already 400 and some change in the pot. In the chat, what did you guys think about Sang's play there? Hopefully you guys saw it and didn't miss it. All right, so all the draws got there, but Prestige did catch up and pass Randy with that jack. Can't like the diamonds now. The straight. Queen 10 gets there. Randy's he's gonna go ahead and bet there, and he's gonna get. It makes it small. Made it look really, really value-y. And Prestige, he's gonna go ahead and fold. I don't blame Prestige folding, especially when all those draws did get there. And Randy's betting on 2 streets so far, so. And here we go. We have 45 minutes left. Again, thank you for being here watching this. It's been, the last half has been a lot more exciting than the first half. We've seen straight flushes. We've seen straights flopped against overpairs. We've just seen them. We've seen it all. So we've seen quads. We've seen all-ins with 8-4, 3-4, queen 9 for 2K, more than 2K, 20. So been a really fun night so far. And now we have Prestige with this suited 10 here. Randy also has a suited 10. Just going to drop that though. And we have the J stack here with the 6-3 of spades. Prestige is going to flop this though. And he's just been getting, this is running into it now, Prestige. So when he sees that top pair, he's going to bet this. I know Kevin's thinking, how can I get him off his hand? He is not calling because he thinks he has the best hand, obviously. He's calling to make a move on later streets. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to rep that 4. And that's exactly what a 4 would do, was just call there most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah,
so
I agree.
I really like it. So and Kevin's a very thinking player.
Checking there. I would probably...
No, this is where he's going to bet down. He's going to bet close
125,
to pot.
150.
He's going to go pot. I've played with Kevin before.
Okay.
So not quite pot, but can't really put your opponent on a queen. It's a 4 or nothing at this point. And Kevin's going to, Prestige going to make a call. And I think Kevin's going to really bomb this river. He's going to go check bomb. It's going to check. That's actually a really good card for Kevin, because if Kevin would have hit a 6 or a 3, he had showdown value and he wasn't going to bomb it, right? So now he's going to elect to make a big sizing. Over pot is what I would, and I think that would work. So $600 to $700. And Kevin can just use Brooks's money for that. We'll see how much he chooses. 700. Great bet. Oh! Oh, this is my fault. I forgot to see how much Prestige had. He had hardly anything behind him. Okay, that's totally my fault. Yeah. Kevin, that wasn't a good play because he wasn't going anywhere with that. With how much he had. If obviously if Prestige had 3K, 2K, it would be a fold, but and I think Prestige, that was my fault. That was a terrible analyst. I think Prestige was probably trying to figure out how, I don't care what the cards are coming. I have a pair. How can I get all the money in?
Yep.
I'm down 3,000.
Well, I think even if he jammed there, I think, well.
Well, his bet was more, it was basically a jam because it was more than what he had behind, wasn't it? Yeah, so I think. I actually want to go back and watch that hand later.
And my favorite. bomb pot time.
This will be our second to last bomb pot, I believe. Some wild, wild swings here tonight, especially the second half. For me, I typically don't rewatch the streams that I commentate because I hate my voice, but I might have to rewatch this one, especially the back half here. All right, so we're looking for a 4, pocket threes, 4-3. And we're looking
4-3
for spades, 6-8, 8-9.
Straight flush draw.
I see an 8-9. So Prestige has a wrap on the bottom. Saying as a weak flush, yeah, I would just get rid of that. Optimize has a pretty decent hand, but effectively just aces at this point. Two pair for Kevin here. And Mike Bell.
Mike with the 4 up top.
He's got the 4 and he's got a 5 on the bottom, which is probably inconsequential to him. He needs a friend.
So Mike hit the straight up top with the 4.
And there's a straight. Prestige also has a straight on the bottom with 8-9. And this is one of those things. I don't. If Prestige was winning tonight, I don't think he would pot a straight.
In a smaller pot like that, probably not.
I just think he would just try to get the showdown. Although it is heads up.
All in.
Well, we know that Prestige is not going anywhere. And this is going to be chop chop, I believe.
Oh, because Prestige also has the flush draw on the bottom as well. And he hits the flush.
Ace 4 and jackpot.
So yeah.
It's the flush, so it's a chop chop here. I don't know. The best way to see who won is throw your cards down.
Yeah. That's a mistake I made one time. Was
the old muck?
Oh, the old muck. Especially in either PLO or bomb pots, always flip them up.
Skull rolled a 75. Well done. How do I roll a 75? Can't do it.
I'll give you 10. I'll give you 10.
Brooks is just having a really, really tough night.
Small line, please.
All right, Preston with ace king. Probably get a call from Kevin.
Well, Kevin called. I was just surprised to not see a 3-bet there.
Registration for the tournament will be closing in
Well, it was.
4.5 minutes.
It says
Once that clock
it's
hits
like
zero,
Preston
you will not be able to register for the tournament.
saying is becoming my favorite player at the moment. With his suited king, he's going to bump this up to 350. Typically, you don't see this type of sizing, these raises like this, unless you're really at top of range. Sang has done a really good job of balancing his hands, so you can't put him on anything. You know the players are noticing. There's not a lot of chatter going on with all these players. They're really just studying each other and seeing what they can do. And now we have, that was Preston. He's going to re-raise. Perfect.
Yep.
And it puts saying, and the 8s are going to fold, which makes sense. You get like a 3-bet, 4-bet in front of you. And now saying is in the same spot he was in before. It's only 500 more. If he folds this, it leaves him really exploitable, I guess. So he may call this one time, but I don't think he will. I don't think he should.
Yeah.
Don't mind it at all. Jedi Master Ted rolls above 50. I can't do that. I don't even have enough points to gamble. You need 10 points. I have like 7. But I will gamble it all if I get the 10. Yeah, 7. Yeah.
So, okay, $25 straddle here.
I saved you.
Yeah, things are heating up now. Kevin with the deuces. I wonder if he raised or just no. I think he maybe just calls. No, he raises it up. Okay. No, he just calls. Sorry. No, he just raised. I'm all over the place here.
And on to the next, on to the next one.
Epsom salt. A bath with Epsom salt. My partner here has a bad knee. I think we have Brooks going all in here with an ace, going all in light because he doesn't have much. Of course, Mike Bell's going to call.
I think, once you get down to that small stack, when you see any ace, then you might just.
Ooh, we have Randy here with a suited ace, which I like better than the offsuit ace jack. All right, 3 to a flop. This might be good for Brooks if he could somehow have it hit a 4 and have it hold. Probably not going to see an ace as 3 of them are represented in case aces, but case ace is still out there. An ace would be bad for Randy. Now Randy takes the lead. I suspect he'll, I suspect he'll bet this out. That's what we call a donk lead here. You typically do this when a player is all in. It really signifies, hey, I hit that flop.
Yeah.
People don't do this light at all.
I was going to say, especially in tournaments, when you have multiple people going in and you want to get the short stack out.
It's almost like a, I don't know, kind of like what's a word I'm looking for?
Seat open, live stream.
I'll have to come back to that. I guess it's like etiquette, right? If the player's all in and you bet, you have something. You don't bet with nothing. You have maybe the nut flush draw, combo draw, but you have something. And that's gonna do it for Brooks. Fun player, loved watching him play. Very action. Loved having him on each stream. Played really well at times. So he just ran into a couple of just nasty coolers, and he's gonna shake that off. Now we see Mike has been kind of quiet. Mike L, seat 9.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from Mike L in the last, what, 30, 45 minutes.
Thank you. We still have 99 of you guys in here. Appreciate it. 96. I shouldn't have said anything. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You know, I don't know if your girl does this, but my wife always sends me cat videos. I just random cat videos like I don't like that's all like or vacation ideas. Like just all kind of animal videos.
We're huge dog people, so.
Oh, I know you have a dog. You love your dog. I could tell by the pictures.
My dog Jameson. Yeah. So yeah, we go back and forth showing dog videos. It's either dog videos or I try to show her like wrestling videos because I'm a big WWE guy and she gets annoyed.
WWE, what's that?
Wrestling, the old WWF.
Like what college? Like Texas University?
Oh no, professional wrestling.
Oh, professional wrestling.
Yeah, the fake.
Yeah, I know. I named my son after a wrestler.
Oh.
My oldest son is named Hunter, so I named him after Triple H. Oh. I really did. That's a true story. That's a true story. In the 90s, you know, Paul's name was Hunter.
Yeah.
He's still called Hunter. He's not called Paul, right? They don't call him Paul.
Well, I mean, legally, but
yeah, legally, but yeah, I know. I was just trolling you. I'm sorry.
Oh, well played, sir. That's twice tonight.
No, I'm a big wrestling fan. I was more back in the day. I was more WCW.
Oh, no.
Way more.
I enjoyed it, but I was always a WWE guy.
I only watch a lot now. But yeah, I'm a big fan of like Sami Zayn. I love his character.
Oh, what he's doing right now, you should look into it because he is like really.
He's with Cody Rhodes now, isn't he? Like,
no, he's different. He's going up against WrestleMania is coming up, and so he's actually going up against the Universal Champ Roman Reigns. And the build-up that they've done over the last.
I know he was in the Bloodline. I get all that. But, you know, I don't really watch it now. I watch it because I don't watch regular TV. So if it's the YouTube, like when they show it's always a week behind or something. I'll watch that. Then I'll watch it.
Yeah.
But I'll find myself watching old WCW on YouTube, the NWO and things like that. All those wrestlers die early. I don't know.
It's unfortunate how many have died like under the age of 40.
50s and 40-year-old. And it's a shame. My favorite wrestler of all time was Chris Benoit.
Oh, yeah.
And,
yeah.
Not a lot of people probably won't know who he is, and you probably don't want to know. All right, so we're off to the flop here.
On that note.
Okay, so everybody misses, except for Randy's got a piece of it, which is almost always good here, right?
Saying with backdoor straight draw.
I just think that it is hard to flop a pair. It's really hard to flop trips. So usually your 2 is good. Sang is here to play. He's here to play, and he's here to outturn everybody with his. Now he has top pair.
And when you're hot, you're hot.
Does he check or is he?
Oh no, he's definitely betting this. Oh. I stand corrected.
Well, he saw that Mike had chips in his hand, right? So,
yeah.
Again, Mike, if you're watching this again, that's a small tell. You just give your opponent so much information, right? It just.
What are you, like 20th on the list?
No, actually, like they actually called me.
And now saying it's like
eating and shit.
No, raising doesn't make no sense. Right? You only get called with 4.
Go now.
So
I
like just the call.
I just started eating and shit. I was like, I don't really care. The game was fun.
I don't think there's a bet that saying that call. I mean, obviously, if you jam for 1800, it's probably not calling. He's never doing that, right? So this is probably going to go check now. As both players have showdown target. Now you see the body language of Mike. He looks really discouraged. But he's going to go ahead and fire out because he had those chips in his hand. But he doesn't like it. relatively small bet as compared to the pot. He's going 1/3 here.
Maybe trying to represent the 4.
He's definitely trying to represent a 4. I would have preferred to see him check as he had showdown value, because who's calling him with just an ace high? I doubt it. You know, a pair is calling him at some point, right? Even if it's a pair of 3s.
Oh.
Wow, it works.
Oh, okay.
I take that all back, Mike. That was not fun. Wait a minute. It says
I think
Mike
that's.
I thought he had ace 2. Wow,
Yeah.
I'm really off tonight.
Pocket 3s. Pocket 4s. Need an investigation.
I thought I said he had ace 2.
Um.
I don't know if it was the graphics or not. I am getting older. All right, we have a new player in for the last G-Dog. I have played with G-Dog several times. Really good player. Again, a really tough player. This is a tough table to begin with, and you have all types of poker. You have tags and lags, and you have all the acronyms representing here. So, and I'm not going to say what I think each player is, but G-Dog's a tag. Anyway, which is a compliment. And that's a pet peeve of mine, wearing your hat backwards. Especially if it's not fitted. It looks weird. I'm someone who always wears a hat. And never wore, I don't think I've ever worn it backwards. Anyway, back to the action here. This thing's definitely calling this.
Oh, absolutely.
Geez, it's not even a question here. Optimize, who's been ultra quiet. This is a red flag for everybody when he re-raises here, because he hasn't played a lot of hands. He's going to bump this up. Nice sizing, too. 240, a little 4X here.
I like it.
Funny, we have Blake with queens, and Blake just sent me a message. That's weird. Let's see what he says.
Okay.
All right.
Prestige with the open-ender, so
Prestige.
we could see some fireworks here.
Kind of got the dummy in of the open-ender, but still.
Yeah.
He really wants a 7 versus a queen. Although he really wants a queen. He just doesn't know it. Because that'll give Optimize top set.
Yeah,
here.
with the 3-bet, you think that he might have ace-king.
No, I think he just jams here. You can't just call, right? Obviously, you can't just call because you don't have enough. SPR-wise, you don't have enough. And already his SPR is less than 1.
Yeah, this is either jam,
and I would just
jam or
fold
fold.
this. If you had king-queen,
Then, yeah, different
you
story.
have 2 overs to the board. You could probably call. He can't just
jam.
call. Yeah, he's got to go all in, or it's.
Yeah.
This looks like he just has a jack. Optimize knows he was running into it. Maybe he had king, jack, king, maybe jack 9 would all make these plays. Obviously, the hand he has would also do that. It's only $400.
I was going to say, I'm surprised it's just not a snap call.
Well, he's a thinking player. He's just trying to figure out. The only thing is, Optimize holds a couple of his outs. I think Optimize folds this. What do you think? I'm going to guarantee that he folds.
I think he calls.
For a coffee?
Oh.
I mean, he shouldn't have.
That is Dante 3, me 0.
I just.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the hand that he probably put him on was Jack 10.
Yeah.
That was the only hand he put him on.
Oh, apparently you're not the only one that's off tonight.
Yeah, I just obviously we can see the card. Yeah, he should have called. He should have called based on the fact that
Just have to watch YouTube.
his all-in was so small compared to the pot, right? That's the reason why.
What's that?
They just bet on it.
With the size of stack that he has, if it was me, I would have called.
Take a stab to double up.
I'm with you on that.
I had too much equity in it at that point, so.
We get to see Optimize get.
Yeah, I know in the chat. Yeah, he
Oh,
should
it
have
was coming.
called.
I felt it. I can only get fucked so many times on the river, so.
But it is Optimize's money. He can do whatever he wants.
And
he will be roasted later.
I'd be sure to tell you to pay off.
You only had to be right, like never.
Yeah, that's over. Yeah, that's over. Yeah, after 10 goals.
Well, I mean, like, are you gonna just ship it? Like,
I guess the joke is on everybody else because Optimize our leader now in winnings.
yeah.
I mean,
That's why I say I'm back here and not on the stream.
let us know if you want to play the stream. Definitely get you on. Maybe we'll have a 1-2 stream. If that's something anybody would be interested, we could probably do that. It'll be like a 1-2 stream with a $500 cap.
Yeah.
I was kind of happy you raised pre.
I think they're, maybe it was just tonight, but yeah, maybe with a 1-2 you'd see a lot more action early on.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because it's you only use 500 and then I say only. That's still a lot of money. Prestige has got a pair, second pair, is not going anywhere. That may force Prestige to reconsider things. Preston does have a flush draw. And you'll see this a lot, right? This is kind of a blocker, control the pot size here. Prestige is really running into it, right? Just getting rivered a lot here.
Yep.
3 overs now to a 7. Yeah. This is check here for both players.
Yeah.
7.
Did Brooks go on a roller coaster? No, I'd say it was more of a elevator drop.
Bomb pot.
Oh, bomb pot time.
Yeah, it's all. I don't know. That may have been.
Hey Justin, how are you doing? Playing so deep, it's unreal. What's playing so deep? The stacks here? This is kind of the average stacks for a 2-5 game here at here in Texas. Here is in TCH. This is a 2-5 game. 2-5 game, $2,000, and you can match the stack. So. And I think that this might be our last hand. So we have 3 more hands. 87? 6 more hands. Sorry. All right, we're off to a bomb pot here.
So
Looking for spades. Be careful. So we see one player with spades. We see Preston with the nuts.
Optimize with middle set. Preston with nut flush draw up top.
Yeah, I think he's going to bump this up. He's such a good player, too. He's very even keeled. Doesn't really go on tilt that I have noticed. Does a very good job of reading where he's at. So he's hoping for that board to pair on the bottom. That's not a king. Now we have nut flush draw versus middle set. We see Prestige with an open ender. We prefer the lower part with a 4, although it is a straight. And we do see Mike L with an open ender, but he's got a bigger draw. A gutter for Kevin, plus a flush draw on one board, and top pair on the other. It's not really enough to continue, in my opinion, but
How much? 480.
oh, and now Prestige picks up the nut flush on the bottom, so he's got really good draws on both. I shouldn't say good. He's got a great draw, and he's got a on the other board. Mike L with a better draw on top as far as straights go, but he doesn't have any spades. He doesn't have any hearts. He's got a gutter on the bottom. I mean, he's actually got a wrap. Probably good enough to call, I guess. Yeah, thank you. I thought you were going to call, so I was trying to get you from. And so we're going to need, Prestige is going to need a lot of help here on the top and the bottom here. And he gets it. He hits the top. He gets the straight. Optimize. So this is a chop here. So somebody folded the nut flush. So
yes.
And now Prestige is going to jam on this with the flush gets there. I wonder if he knew the flush got there. He's probably saying, I just need a 4. Need a 4. 4 hit, all in. But I just, I made
I've
that.
also done that as well.
I'm not saying that's what happened. What I'm saying is I've done that. And
I've done that as well.
I get it. I'm like, oh shit, there was a flush. I didn't say that word.
Whoops.
That was my partner over here.
We need that Academy's 30-second delay now.
Oh, right. You play with him, standing your left. That's fair.
G-Dog, which is not his given name. Hasn't played a hand yet. He's in there for 4. Hasn't played a hand yet. So he's not what you would call he's not what you call a loose player. He's a thinking player. He fights for every pot. Puts you on your heels a lot. So when he's in a hand, you really got to pay attention. Which is not this game. Ace 5, 5, 6, nothing there. Prestige with, oh, sorry. It says 2, 2,
Check,
4.
check.
Prestige flops top pair. I don't think that 5 changes anything for Prestige. Can't really put your opponent, can't put Optimize on a 5 really. Could be, but unlikely.
the other people in Texas Card House.
Check my glucose.
They don't even give
They really did.
Kevin's definitely going to bring this in with a raise here.
It's
There
almost
we
like
go.
you know these players.
Yeah, G-Dog's going to re-raise this for sure. These players have a lot of time against each other, G-Dog and Kevin.
Oh.
Mike is going to, he should re-raise this.
Yeah.
This is,
Like he's going to win Rookie of the Year in NBA.
you can't be afraid. Can't be afraid to lose here. In these
Yeah,
spots, right?
under the gun. Yeah, I definitely would have liked to see a re-raise there. Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Everybody has something. Top
Yep.
pair, bet, top kicker, flush for Kevin, nut flush draw for G-Dog. This could be all in. I think Kevin's going to have to raise this, right? He doesn't have the best flush. He's got to think maybe his other opponents have an ace of spades, right? So he's got to get those hands out if he can. It's a small
I think
bet.
if he does re-raise, then G-Dog will call.
100%. Well, 100%. All three are going to call. Maybe Mike can get away with it, who technically is drawing dead, right? Almost drawing dead. So
I think
I think he just does he? I can't tell.
300. It looks like
So he-
375.
Okay. The only problem for G-Dog is, I mean, he's going to call. The only problem is he's got a player behind him who could just jam for you. He's got 2K behind him, so. I mean, when G-Dog calls, he is willing to go all in with this, I feel. Now Mike's like, I think Mike can get away with this. It's just,
yeah.
the monotone board here is just.
When you lead out and then you have a raise and a call on this board, yeah, this should
Somebody has
be
to
pretty
flush.
easy to get away from.
I think that's what Kevin wanted to see. His flush is very vulnerable right now. I expect Kevin to bet this pretty heavy. Although he doesn't, he doesn't have the nuts, right? He loses to 3 hands at the moment. So could one of his
From what I've seen, I'd probably say around 1,200, maybe pot size bet.
I don't think he needs to go that big. I hear what you're saying. I think he can go smaller to get the information he needs. I think he can go half pot here. Considering Mike has an SPR of a little over 1-to-1. I think he puts Mike, he doesn't put Mike on a flush because he would have, I think he would have re-raised. Yeah, so he's going to go small here, which makes a lot of sense because he doesn't need to go big to get the information he wants. G-Dog's in a tough spot. He's only got 1 card left. He's like 20% here, so he's got to call 600 to win 2,100. So 1 to 3. So he doesn't quite 1 to 5. So it's going to be. It's really close.
I think he's going to call this.
He's only going to hit 1 out of 5 times. So he's only got 1 out of 3 here with the money.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's just, he's not getting the right odds to call. And now Mike is drawing absolutely dead. And Kevin's saying, no spade, no spade. No spade, no spade. He doesn't know that Mike doesn't have a spade. What Mike needs is another spade so he can get away from this hand.
Yeah.
But it looks like he is going to call this. He does the same thing when he calls. He puts, I mean, this is a clear fold. You basically have one pair. Good fold, Mike.
Yeah. And of course, it is always easier for us to commentate because we can see him. But it could have been where he was up against G-Dog, where he only had one spade.
Well, you got to ask yourself, yeah, I can call this 600. That's going to leave me 1,200 behind. What do I do on the river then? If it comes a 4 of hearts? You know, that, and that's what probably Mike was thinking. Like, it's not the 600; it's my whole stack.
Yeah.
I either go my whole stack in here now, or I don't.
I was just gonna say, yeah. At that point, when you're, if you call 600, 1,200 behind, you might as well be shove or fold.
Yeah, and I actually like the fold there with just one pair. You know, a player typically doesn't bluff multi-way. Right. Heads up, maybe you call, maybe you shove, but multi-way,
yeah.
A player doesn't do that unless he's pretty netted up. Doesn't necessarily have to be spades, but probably is. It could be a set, 2 pair, it could be all kinds of stuff. So I like the fold by Mike, even though he did lose 600, 500.
I know.
400.
That's why I said.
Now we have another ace king. Seen a lot of ace kings. See the king and an ace fold here. Hey, Skull. I don't know if I said hi to you. Good to see you in the chat. Sounds like you have 1 million points. That's great. I have 7. So.
I don't know. I've had
Was it?
pocket.
Was it you that got to 1 million, or was it somebody else? All right, we have a few more hands here to play. I think 3 more hands. And I am starving. Prestige's got his suited ace. Saying found a hand he doesn't like. Mike's always going to play these Broadway cards. Wants to see a flop, and he's going to go heads up. Mike does have a gutter, but
I was gonna say, I think he calls like just to see if he can hit that.
You want to see the river?
$997,000. Wow. People often ask me, how do you get so many points? I mean, not me because I have none, but and it's probably one of the hardest questions. Like, well, you gotta like, you gotta subscribe, you gotta make a comment every 10 minutes, every hour, and then you gotta roll hundreds and get 10 extra points or whatever it is. That's how you get a lot of points.
And you're still at the table.
What's that?
And you're still at the table.
And I'm still.
G-Dog raises it up with his ace-king. Lots of ace-king today.
Guatemala? No, I went to Honduras.
So Steve's just starting to play a lot of hands
Oh,
today.
yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't say anything after I beat him?
Oh, really? Yeah, when he was like 8.
Mike's probably going to call this as well. Looks like he did. So we're going to go big multi.
Saying folding 3 times in a row.
Oh, he's going to lock up those profits.
I was on a trip. Yeah. Thank God.
This is an interesting flop here. We have G-Dog with a, I guess, I mean, this is a gutter. We have
two
Mike
gut
with
shots.
a pair. And we have Prestige with a pair. And we have Kevin with some backdoor, though he's not going to be in his hand much longer.
Well, I wasn't on the mainland. I was on the, I was in Rotan, which is the island off of it. So I drank a ton of rum, sit on the beach, and do nothing. That's what you do. Eat good food. Oh, everything in Central America is a lot of rice, a lot of chicken, some form of beans. But spice is good, and it's not like here in America. I appreciate it. Right.
You're cooking, but it's still like packaged and like mixed
Yeah,
together.
it's a ton of salt, ton of or preservative. Yeah.
So interesting, since G-Dog hasn't played that much.
I think these players have played against each other.
Yeah,
and
that's like the greatest thing on the planet. I think.
that board should favor G-Dog a little bit, that flop.
That was an experience.
On an island.
I don't think Mike is quite, I don't think he's going to fold. This is the point where now Mike doesn't have enough money to be bluffed, but it doesn't matter. Jesus. Wow. G-Dog just gets there, just rivers it. Just, I got. This is an all-in here, given the stack that Mike has. Mike has second pair. Wait, what does Mike beat here?
Yeah. Food, cruise, drinks, everything.
Mike made all the right calls, but then now he's running into
It's tough because when you think, you have the king blocker maybe doesn't have ace king.
Oh yeah, nice cruise too.
Yeah, but he could have just. And I don't think G-Dog is doing this with just a queen, like ace queen, because the board is pretty connected. Obviously a straight is in play. A set sounds reasonable. I just don't think one pair jams, right? Doesn't fire like this. A bluff does at times, but what bluffs does he have given the action pre-flop? Not many, right? Pocket eights, pocket nines, I guess. I mean, sure Mike is thinking about all this.
Or
good lay down.
let's fold.
I believe we are on our last hand, and we are going to do a bomb pot just for you guys in the chat.
All right, it's gonna be a bomb pot. It's gonna be the last hand of the stream.
Set up live stream.
Bomb pot time.
Jesse, here you go, my friend. That's for something good.
This will be our last hand of the stream. It's always fitting to see it on a bomb pot here.
Yeah, no, that was triple lifetime. It was. Oh, I love it. No, we went princess.
Looks like Randy's going to like not to play this. He's going to bow out here.
Fall, we're gonna fly out to Miami and go out.
Been a little card dead.
Ship? Oh my God.
Leaves a nice tip for Jesse there.
Just like fully decked out.
All right, so looking for clubs, maybe a 10 jack, something like that.
Couple spades.
King for Kevin.
Oh wow.
Set. That's actually a dream scenario. And then we have a set for Prestige. This is going to be ugly for him. Queens for Mike L.
With the second nut flush draw on the bottom, but
I see the nut flush draw by G-Dog. The ace of clubs he's got. So he's probably not going anywhere. This could get spicy here, and Kevin's going to definitely pot this up. And G-Dog's just going to lay it down. I like it. He's only got a draw really on one board.
Yeah.
So.
I've said before, I always hate middle or bottom set.
The problem with
pots.
this for Prestige is it's hard for his opponent to have a set of kings because there's another king on the other board. So it's less likely. And so he's calling based on that information. And then Mike's going to call
So,
loosely.
but you do have the nut flush draw on the bottom, so you do have a chance.
Oh, that's true. I apologize. I didn't see that.
But
so this board has got all connected, right? The flush gets there, the straight gets there with your 7-10, 7-5 maybe. No one has that, but he is good on the bottom board though. He does have the nuts currently, right? I mean, there's a lot of drawing stuff out there, but Michael. Not sure why he's in the pot. He has a flush draw, but it's not the nuts. It's the second nuts, I guess. Multi-way, someone's always got the nut flush draw. And Prestige is going to go ahead and go all in here, and he is way behind. He's going to need some help for sure. It says he's 0% to win on the top. That's because somebody else folded an 8. So he's not going to get quads. He doesn't know that, but.
Oh, no, he just called. He didn't go all in.
Oh. He's got 1,000 behind.
Oh, he needed that spade on bottom.
Well, with a boat for Kevin, he could comfortably go all in here. Probably thinking he's just chopping at this point. This is a tough spot.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kevin also blocks those quads, but with his too. Now, Prestige, all he has is a set, right? He doesn't have clubs.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything.
Doesn't
on
have the
bottom.
flush. And then only has a pair of 8s on the bottom.
This is an easy fold.
Yeah.
Here he comes. I knew you'd be over here sooner or later. Speed of an eye. Well, you know what, Chris? There's not a lot of players that you're a fishing relationship with that might be one.
I don't know if you heard that, but quote from one of my favorite movies, The Accountant, where he says, "Heavy sigh."
The Accountant?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
With Ben Affleck. Oh, check it out.
The Accountant?
The Accountant.
Like he's in an office doing people's taxes?
No, well,
or is he
actually,
an assassin?
Are you trolling me again? You motherfucker. I'm sorry, so sorry.
All right, with that note, guys, appreciate everybody here. This has been a great stream. Lots of action, lots of coolers. So thank you again. Thank you for coming here.
Absolutely.
Being here.
Always a pleasure. Thank y'all for having me.
And we will see everybody next Monday. All right, have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
About right. I hate to throw 1,200 away like that. But it's right there.
You didn't have the straight, right?
Did not have the straight. If I had the straight, I would call you. But I had a nut flush on the bottom, and I had a set of 8s on top.
He's paired on the bottom, right?
Yeah, but if he says he has pocket kings, and he had both, better set, and I didn't have a flush, so.